Good evening, everybody, and welcome back into the Dragon's Den. Hope your day is going well. I wanted to get a little bit of an early start today, and it is an off-stream day just because I'm trying to get this box turtle, meaning this box turtle, back assembled so that we can try printing with it. We have verified that all four of the spooler motors are working using a benchtop power supply. And I even went ahead and crimped quick disconnects for the LED wiring on each one to make it a little bit easier when we assemble them. I may do some other quality of life things on the wiring, but that's going to happen after the show most likely, because we want to get this one put back together, get it on the Trident back here, and get a print started to test everything. Meanwhile, we're going to take the red and orange one that's sitting over here on the rat rig and bring that one, take it apart, and rebuild the spoolers. We're not going to upgrade the parts on that one just yet. We are just going to rebuild the spoolers because I have a feeling there's internal issues after doing these that are my fault as part of how I built it. So we'll fix that. We'll show kind of an older design. We'll show the newer design with the newer rear idlers and stuff. And we'll bring two different ones to the show. And I just started parts on Dragoon 2. Once I get I am reprinting these, and I'm going to do them with the two color mesh like we did here. I'm going to do that with these. White is the main color, blue with the background mesh. So I can swap these out at any given time between now and the show. That's relatively easy to do. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at today, and that's what we're going to get started on. Basically, I just need to be a little cognizant, for lack of better terms, of where I put these frames, because these will be on the bottom. Yes, these will be on the bottom and need to be facing inside, because these are the wire ties that I used when building the box turtle. So we'll be like this here, and we're going to go ahead and we're just going to get started. And we want to start with the top versus the bottom. So these are all the bottom parts. So let me move that back over here. We'll get our top parts laid out, and we'll start getting our parts rebuilt. The nice thing is when I took it apart, I put all the screws in here. So all the screws and other bits, bobs, and pieces should be right in this tray. Hey, Glenn Kaufman, how's it going? Yeah, and like I said, I'm going to be updating the skirts on it, because right now the skirts are solid white, and I'm going to update it with the mesh skirts and use blue as the background in the mesh. So I think that'll come out really, really good looking as well. Blue and white are UK colors, just saying. Well, yeah. And by UK, you do not mean United Kingdom. You mean the University of Kentucky. I know that, but I'm just going to clarify that for some people. Seeing as how we do have some Brits that pay attention to the stream every now and then. And if she's out there, yes, I am talking about you, Bexy Beans. I think I'm just going to get this lower frame started, and then I'll worry about squaring it afterwards. I'll get this lower frame squared up, and then we'll work our way up. How do I want to do this? I want this to be, this is the top, this is going to be the back. So, grab my back pieces. Get them laid in here. Throwing things around again. Normally I'd have my slab of quartz up here, which would make it a little bit easier, but I don't want to bring it up here just yet. I have too much stuff on the bench, and I'm just trying to build fairly quickly. This is supposed to be a speed build after all. It hasn't been a speed build yet. Bring this around, flip this around. Yes, you fall over. It's perfectly fine. You just keep doing that. I just need to make sure that these are in as I build it. Otherwise, I'll be taking it back apart. Really? Oh yeah, we're not doing football colors here, or at least not the soccer version of football. All right, fine. You just sit there for the time being. Yes, so Westery, how's it going? I would ask how your studying goes, but you're going to get mad at me eventually because I ask you that. I mean, I am your brother though, so I can annoy you because that's what brothers do. Come on, darn it. And like I said, I'll be able to take a corner off and get these redone. That's not a big problem. More of initially getting them in there, but once they're in there and fairly well set, it's pretty easy to take a side corner off and remove a panel. I remember you saying something about wrecking the rental. Do I even want to know what you were doing when you wrecked the rental? Okay, and the one with 4 was used at the front. And the pause you see me doing is me realizing I just kind of screwed myself because once again, I didn't put the lanes in, but it's all good. I understand what I'm doing. Because the top's up here, the bottom's down there. Or, I'm sorry, the top is upside down. So this is the bottom. I'm just not going to bother putting the one of the sides in so I can slide the 4 lanes in. This will be the side that gets this has the mounts in it for our controller board, or MMB in this case. A deer body checked you. A likely excuse. Likely excuse. Need to get that laid in there. This, if it ever decides to be nice and stay in one place. This one goes along the back. Do this corner. We'll leave this one done for the time being. Or undone for the time being. Okay, so those are done. Those are done. I'm going to do this one over here. Maybe. Ugh. Yeah, it's getting into deer season, that is for sure. Kind of got the itch to go out in the woods to hunt, but way too many things going on still. Okay, so we've got that part in. I want to slide my lanes in before I do too much more. I'm going to put this side in. And then I'll flip it up on the side and take the front edge off so that I can slide the lanes down the side. We're going to have to assemble the lanes real fast. Dot couldn't find them, or Dot found them and was like, hey, hey, punch and tag. Okay, I'm not going to worry too much about the corner pieces yet. This would be one over there. Just trying to make my way through what I'm going to do here. Need to take this front edge off. Top edge, I should say. because we're going to slide our lanes down through the extrusion. So we're going to need to, am I going to be able to pop those out? Nah, it'll probably be easier just to, I know what I'm going to do. Take one of the long edges out and just rotate them in. This bottom, I want to take one of the top edges out. This is the back side. Each one of our lanes has a little lip in the front here, and it's going to go into the front extrusion, and we're just going to set it back here. You put that in the right direction, everything works out a lot better. And what you'll see is because it's got a lip on the backside as well, we'll have to kind of lift the let me see, can these go in there without needing to take those off? That would be a yes. Rock on. So now we're going to kind of lift these up, just kind of rotate them to get the rear sides into the extrusion, and then set it back down, and boom, now our lanes are lined up again. We can go ahead and screw our top frame in, squaring things up as we do. And I can tell you that that's similar. My brother, when he was riding his Harley into work at like dark 30 in the morning, and he lives in Virginia on a windy, hilly road called River Bend, and he hit a deer on his way into work and completely devastated his Harley. Like one jumped over the front wheel, one hit him in the rear wheel, wiped him out. He's got titanium in both his legs now because of it. But yeah, deer are no joke. They're not small animals. Okay, so I'm going to take this and flip it over, and we're going to do some wiring. And I put this one in. Oh, that's awesome. I was like, yeah, I put this one in the wrong slot, but that's a quick fix. Let's pull in 2 screws. So I'm going to start by putting our extruders in, and then I'll put in the spool rewinders. Oh yeah. So your insurance should cover it though, right? Or did you get the insurance with budget? 'Cause I know I normally my insurance USA lets me run a rider. Okay, so that's number 4. And what I need to do is I think I'm going to get my electronics over here and put back in. Figure out how this is all wrapped around in there. I need to go ahead and snip these wires, and we're going to re-terminate these wires. This got mounted here up front. And I did use the bane of my existence called hammerhead nuts. Still makes me cringe every time I have to use those. You had to put a stop on your credit card, don't? Yeah, because they'll be like, "Oh, you were in an accident." Boom, charge everything directly to the credit card. All right, looks like those two caught, and this wire setup is going to come up and around the back here. I know that my hot end fan is going to come over here into, I think it's PB or STP 10. That'll go there. We'll wire those up in a second. I do need to I was like, why is that like that? I need to run these power cords in with this connector. Because we're pulling our 5-volt power from the motor, which is the servo connection. And we need to just recrimp JST on here. Hey, Thunder Keys, how's it going? Yeah, I just want to get this up and running because now that we've tested the motors on the bench, I feel very confident we're going to put this together. We're going to get it over on the Trident and get it started. And as long as everything's working, then we're going to go over and immediately bring the red and gold one back down here, or red and gold, red and orange one down here. And we're going to take it apart to take the spoolers out. And I'm not going to reprint the parts for it, but I am going to take the lanes and the spoolers out so that I can double check all of that wiring and fix it now that we know that some of it was my build order on those parts as well as some of the wiring. So we'll double check that. And we'll rebuild the spoolers If I need to, I'll print another set of 24 tooth gears. But if all goes well, I will have 2 box turtles running fairly soon. And then, believe it or not, I've already got new lanes for the other one going. I'm currently going to reprint the skirts for this one in the white and blue, but the mesh instead of the solid white like I have. And so I've got those parts going on one bamboo while the other one's doing the lanes. And then I had ordered some N20s from Amazon. They came in today. And of course, I ordered 6-volt 500. And according to the package, they sent me 6-volt 30. And I'm like, yeah, 30 RPM is not going to cut it. It'll try, but it won't work. So I need to return those, but thankfully my other set of motors that I ordered from AliExpress came in for the N20s, and the steppers and all that stuff are coming in and should be here. They're stateside and they've been turned over to USPS, so we'll see. Kind of hold your breath, but don't hold your breath. And I still haven't cut panels for these, and I probably won't cut panels before the show so that we can, kind of show one off. My goal will be to have one at the show that is not on a printer that we can just show off. When people ask, oh, how's that done? Because you're not going to be able to lift one of these with 4 spools sitting on it, printing, but great location of a zip. Okay, go around. Oh, I know. That's another reason why I want to get this done. If I get this done, then they can't complain that they didn't see the build because it was all streamed, and we'll see it printing. So that should be an easy serial to get done. And like I said, I should be able to get one done and hopefully the other one back to back. So I do need to be a little careful because Mrs. Dragon's coming home tomorrow. And I'm not going to be able to say, hey, great, I'm glad you're home for a week. I'm going to stay upstairs and do a bunch of builds. I mean, I can get divorced as well, but you can't take me out yet because I've got a dog down the street named Gunner who's a hunting dog who will find me, and Evil Diesel's dog will find me. So she can't take me out until the dogs die because they'll find my cadaver. How's it going, Shrimp Father, Timor? Hope everybody's doing well today. This has been a weird week. been an emotional week. We had our latest round of company layoffs announced, and while I survived said company layoffs, I do have members on my old team that did not. And I probably wanted to put that one up in there too. And then on top of that, I got my notification for my bonus. So, yeah, that's nice. We just fired a bunch of people, but here's an annual bonus for those of you that are still around. But I'm not going to say no to money either. Not when I have builds to keep doing. Yeah, well, the good thing is I don't manage people directly anymore, but these are people that used to be on my team. After the February cut, they in essence disbanded my team, and we found new homes for them. But I found out that two of them were impacted in this latest round. So it still sucks. It still hurts. Okay, so those two will out of the way for a second if it'll work with me. Now this is the hub, and the hub sensor goes into the next to last slot here, which would be STP9. We've got some extra length, but that's okay. We can keep that down and out of the way. Need to line up these. Screw that back in. And of course, I'm planning a third build, right? Thunder Keys, and I've got two that are set up on the MMB, and I know how the MMB works and everything. And what do you think I got notice of? Those boards that were on pre-order that we're going to ship out in mid-October? Yeah, apparently mine's going to be here next week. Darn you, what is going on? Apparently this one slid some. There we go. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I've got one of the boards that's should be arriving here shortly. Okay, this is extruder 4, which will go up there, and it's end stop on the extruder. Comes over here and will go right next to the hub. That'll go there. And basically, we're going to line our wires up through here and start zip tying them in. That goes there, and I want to add in my motors. This will be lane 4. It's only got the one 3-pin MOSFET, so this is the inbound for the LED. These are the motor wires. So this gets installed this way. Orient it right. Installed this way. Darn you. Get your patukas up there. So it goes in like this, and then we use two M3x8s or M3x10s. I'm going to try the 8s that I have here. I know it'd be beneficial at this point to look at the pad, and it will definitely tell me, but yep, that one holds. So there's two screws that are holding the respooler in, and then there's a larger hole right in the middle that gives you access so that you can remove this piece here, which is a top cover of the motor, so you can get in and do maintenance without hopefully taking things all apart. So that is there. That is there. I'll do the end stops. I'll probably have to do the end stop now. Stop longest wire in this one. So these, the mounting for them changed. So I'm gonna have to undo these, and then we'll add them to the new mounts. And I'm assuming that Thunder Keys, have you done the latest version of the print files? So there's a couple of things that happened. One, when I took it apart, and I found that there was a couple of the LED wires that broke when I was taking things apart. So I had to do some resoldering there. And the motor wires, so you can't see because of the wheel here, but the motor wires, I soldered coming down, and they need to be soldered going up because they've now got some strain relief in the side of the motors here. Let me see if I can take the wheel off this one. So a couple of things, I assembled them and put the gears, the 24 tooth gear in backward. So that was one part. And then the other part was, I had reamed the center of the part, or the center, to make it easier to get on the shaft. And by doing that, I actually made it so any type of force that was applied by the N20 motor would either immediately bind the motor, which is one, or two, the gear would run, but the gear would run, and it didn't have enough friction to move the shaft. So it was twofold thing. One is I did not ream these 24 tooth gears. I just used my dead blow hammer and hammered the shafts down into them using the distance tool that you'll print. This one I drilled the hole out of the bottom because I put I had two of these luckily, but I had put the shaft on backwards, so I had to hammer it all the way over to the other side of the shaft. But you'll see how we have zip ties in here for strain relief now. I didn't have that before on the Mark 1 version that I did. So these solder joints here, the wire broke. The solder didn't break. The wire as it joins broke. So that was part of my issue on why I had motors that I didn't even hear engage at all. And then I had other motors that were engaging and they were just spinning. Like I could spin it by hand, but as soon as you did any weight on top of it, it would just freewheel. So, and they've done a ton of changes to these in order to make them easier to assemble and disassemble. So that's one. And then two, to reduce the amount of screws that you use, the amount of heat sets that you use, right? So instead of doing needing 4 M30 button head screws, right? Which you can't get just 4. You would wind up having to order a large quantity. So now we're using a screw on either side of the these lever pieces. You also know we got rid of the ECAS fitting and we just take the filament straight in. There's reduction in the number of ECAS fittings. There's reduction in the different types of screws. So this just sits in there like that now. You want to make sure that it can move freely. And then this part, there's no flathead M3x6 screws now. It is just a friction clip. There's a little bit of a pickle to get lined up. Make sure you don't catch your wires. But it just pops on there like that now as a friction fit. And then your wheels, rather than being completely solid, if you notice, there's 3 points on there and some free space. That allows you to press your wheels on without having to say, okay, I'm going to ream the wheel because it's too hard to get on. I don't want to break the plastic. It's a built-in print in place expansion joint. So all of that were changes that came around in this batch. Now, what did I do with the end stop that I took off? Over here. So when I take the other one apart, I wired it up using the end by the edge of the plunger, the comm end, and I wired them up as normally open versus normally closed. So I need to rewire those just to okay, just trying to figure out how this gets wired in there now. I'll have to resolder those and redo the solders once I put those in there. And then that way, based on what I showed you all before, you can literally change a line in one of your files, do a reboot, and swap out your AMS or not your AMS, but your box turtle between machines for testing and stuff. So if you got a box turtle working on a machine, it's a known working setup, and you're going to build a second box turtle, because we do have some 4-into-1 splitters so that you can do a like daisy chain your AMSs. You'll be able to test it on your known good working printer, make sure that everything works right. Then you can swap things over or add it into the mix as a secondary system. Now, this piece also, it used to sit between these two pieces and get fitted in. Now it's hanging on the side, and we got a lot of meat here to drill or to drive these screws in. The other thing is, this is very small and thin, and you'll see that it's cracked. Just the force of tightening down the screw to keep it from rotating will crack these pieces. Now look how beefy and thick it is. We're cracking this, you've yanked and cranked way too much. We're going to get this lined up, and once again, this does not look like it's going in with oh God, language. It looks like it's just a direct screw into the printed part versus a like a heat set here. So this reduces the number of heat sets. Pretty good friction fit for a screw in, so that's good. You want it tight, but not too tight. And then I want to test the functions. So inserting filament does trigger that one good. So I'm going to go ahead and bring this down and get this plugged in. And let me think for a second because I'm missing something. Got our hub plugged in. We got our motor for our pin stuff. Oh, that's RGB, so this goes over one more. So I had it right, and then I second guessed myself. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is do a few more zip ties. I'm going to bring these over here like this, and there should be a zip tie point right through our frame. Get the zip tie to come up. You can do it. There we go. Just make sure that we're not pulled too tightly, but we've got everything lined up right there. That's good. Snip this off. Next, longest extruder wiring. This will be number 3. And we're going to lay this right over the top of these wires. Line up our screws and screw them in. Yeah, Timur, it was really just, like I said, issues with how I built them, and I didn't have a really good way of testing a 6-volt motor on the bench. Well, we rectified that. So after doing some troubleshooting on the last stream, what's his name? Darn it, Luke, don't pinch your wires. He's got a name, I know he does. Long Shot. That guy. Hey, how's it going? Long Shot? Yeah, so Long Shot told me, he's like, you really should get a benchtop power supply. So what did I do? I went and got a benchtop power supply. This is a 30 volt, 10 amp power supply. It does have USB ports in it, so I can use it to charge my phone if I need to, or anything else that requires batteries to be charged up. But it's nice because we were able to sit down and check real quickly whether or not our voltages and our motors were going to be working, and they were. So that helped me troubleshoot some wiring issues, and we got everything fixed up pretty quickly. Now, I know I'm not going into a lot of detail here. I'm just trying to get this reassembled fairly quickly. Goes there, this comes in here. Because, you know, we've assembled it 2 or 3 times now. I think we kind of understand the assembly process. And like I said, we'll be taking apart and redoing the other one as soon as we have this one up on the printer and printing something. And oh, like I said, I got in 4 more motors today from AliExpress, which is good because the 6N20 motors that I ordered off of Amazon, and I had to double check. I did order 6 volt, 500 RPMs. At least the bag they're in is marked 6 volt, 30 RPMs. And I'm like, yeah, 30 ripams ain't working. So that's going to get shipped back to Amazon. So we need to do the end stop. So the next longest end stop, this one. But I did get 4 motors in. The NEMA 14 pancake motors and more gears are on the way. They're stateside. So I'm hoping that they get here in time. I need to go and cut. I'll probably go and cut another 2 frames and start printing parts. I think the next one is going to be Galaxy Blue and Galaxy Green Polymaker ABS. Doesn't match any of my current printer colors, but you know, I have it. It looks pretty cool. Haven't used it yet, so. I've also got Galaxy Blue. I'm sorry, Metallic Blue and Metallic Green ABS. I have Galaxy Blue. I've still got some Galaxy Red. I've got some Cookie CAD ABS. I've got some Ambrosia ABS. So I've got color options. I just need to make a decision and stick with it. Yeah, they're 12 volt tolerant motors, so they can do. There's a reason they say what 3, 6, 9, or 12 volt, because they are up to 12 volt tolerant. But the big thing that I'm kind of concerned with is just going to be the heck. Okay, what is going on there? Okay, something's wrong there because that lane is staying in an open position. So and these mount a lot easier, and I like the fact that I can like get all the extruders going and then just add these in. Hey, Armored Turtle, how's it going? Yeah, and that's the thing. If it really is the 30 RPM gearbox, then that doesn't work. Okay, so now you're going, that was weird. How's it going, Armored Turtle? So Armored Turtle, everybody keeps asking me, because they're asking me comments in my videos, and I just want to double check, make sure that I'm still giving the correct and accurate and most up-to-date information. and the people want to know, we are still on for open. So if you want to get involved in the closed beta, you can go and join the Patreon, and then you'll be part of the closed beta. Well, join the Patreon and then reach out to you in the Discord, blah, blah, blah. Or make a one-time donation. But it's not going into open beta until we get the first 25 serials in the closed beta. Is that still the accurate and correct information? Hey, Mr. Wizix, welcome in. Welcome in. Okay, so what the hell? As soon as I put that second screw in, that doesn't come to rest anymore. Something ain't right. I gotta adjust the lever arm. That's right. So I see why it's what's happening. So I've got like a slight ridge there where it's just not lining up right. But when I go to tighten this one fully down, it will be able to rotate that part, and it's lifting this up because it's torquing the whole thing. So let's loosen things up. See if I can get everything to align a little bit better. Because I don't know, it's not catching on that. These wires come out to the other side. There's nothing that would be catching on that side. I'll just have to remember, don't ugga dugga. I don't know if that part maybe lifted up a little bit or warped a tad bit maybe. I don't know. I will say that printing white ABS or ASA is notoriously difficult. So, or any white filament really, because of all the titanium that they add into the mix when they do it. It normally prints a little more painfully. Get both of those through. Get that through, yeah. Okay. Oh wow, we're up to 9 now. You guys jumped up over the last couple of hours then. I need to hurry up or I'm gonna miss out on the first 25. And I've had this one built for a while now. Come on, darn it. Because as soon as I get this one done and reassembled, we're gonna plug it into the Trident and work on getting it printing something. And while it's printing, we're going to start taking the heads apart on the red and gold one, or red and orange one, sorry. So that one, we'll get to work on that one as well, and that'll be fun. Because all I need to do is basically take the top head off and the top head. I need to disassemble it to take the lanes out and then take the respoolers apart and basically do like what we just did for this one and rebuild them. I'm not going to use new parts. I'm just going to rebuild them with the parts that it's using because I don't want to reprint all the parts. But I learned some lessons here and on this one, thanks to you guys. So I can go in and I know where to look now to figure out what I borked in that build, because I'm pretty sure I borked the same thing there that I did here. Okay, so there's 2. We're going to need the next one of these. Sure I'm not catching any of the wires underneath. How's it going there, Mr. Free Heathen? Hope you're doing well. We are continuing to reassemble this box turtle. We're getting closer. And once we get this reassembled, we'll be trying to test print with it. Okay, so those are done. Let me get these wires run. You come here and go there. Up there. Bring your front end in. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but after stream last night, I did stay up some and cut and crimp the LED wires so that I could remove the respoolers fairly easily without having to pull all of them out to get the LEDs out. Because I'm doing the N20 motor wires pretty easy. And then undoing the End stop is pretty easy. Are you not lining up? Okay. All right, talk to me, Goose. What's going on here? Why are we not lining up? There we go. It's slightly out of alignment, and I bet it'll work now that we put it in proper alignment. Good work. Now that it's in proper alignment. Thought it was in proper alignment. What the hell's going on? Aren't 3D prints. It's almost like we expected these to be like precision machined or something. Okay. Motor wires, motor wires. Up. I do my best not to get mad as to why on one of these, two of them apparently I used freaking Phillips screws instead of hex heads. Yep, zombie. That would be why we're streaming again tonight. That, and I'm gonna have a short stream tomorrow because Mrs. Dragon's coming home tomorrow, and then yeah, I'll have to take care of whatever is going to be on the honey-do list. Which I am sure will be deservedly long. And I don't know why I'm putting myself back through this. Give me 1 second. I'm going to take these out, and I'm just going to switch over to, if I can get this one undone again. I'm going to switch over to hex head M2s. And these are going to go where they belong, in the garbage. Those are in 2x10s. They don't need to be that long. I can go with some. Make sure to get the printers off the table. Yeah. I'm not sure if that's going to happen because the printers that are on the table are probably going to go to the show, so they'll stay on the table until we leave. But either that or I know what I'll do is I'll take them off. Well, I need to do a test print on them, and then they'll come off the table and go into the container to take them to 3D Printopia. But yes, they need to come off the table so that they're not the eyesore. Okay, test. Thinking that's working. Lights will go like that. And like that. There. In stop. Those are done. Zip tie. Yeah, I've got my V0 downstairs now as well, so that rebuild went well, and I know that one's printing. It's the two rooks that I need to make sure are still in good printing order, especially since the one has KB3D on it. And they'll both probably be at KB3D's booth. Okay, so that one's done. I'm going to go ahead and put the front one in up here. And then we'll come back and we'll work on the extruder motor, because once I put the extruder motor in, I kind of run out of room. Oh, those go through. Get out of the way. Comes through. That comes through. Wires are caught. Okay. The rebuild's definitely going a lot easier. I mean, partly because all the wires are already cut to length, or at least they're going to be cut to the length they're at right now. Still leaves me service loops and stuff. Remember, right, this is going to come down here, up around the top. There for the time being. Motor wires, motor wires, motor wires, and motor wire. This extruder. Extruder trigger goes here. Before I mount that in, I do want to get the end stop in. Well, that end stop's going to be a pleasant peach now, isn't it? Well, I will put some of them over at KB3D's booth. The plan is to have black box, which I need to fix that one extruder on black box and run another test print on it before packing it up. And that will go. The black box will go. Black box will go. The Iron Dragon will go because that'll have a box turtle on it. The two Rooks will go and be over at KB3D's booth. And then I'm trying to think about what else. I never talked to Hector at Fabrico to see if he wanted me to bring the Annex Engineering K3 for his booth. So if I have 6 printers there, they're going to, not all of them are going to be big like I did the last time, because that sucked. Because last year I had the Voron 2.4, the Voron Trident, 2 Rook, one standard Rook, no, 2 standard Rooks, a Rook 2020, and the 0G Mercury 1 full frame build, all with me at the show. And that was just a lot. So I do kind of need to step back just a tad this year and not take as many. Okay, a bit too much. Okay, we seem to be triggering good there. Bring this around and plug it in. This one comes there and gets plugged in. That's the LEDs. So I have a mixture of my black oxide screws here, and I think one of them is, well, one of them's not metallic and one of them is. Kind of makes it a pain in the butt. I almost feel like this last extruder is a little closer than it was before. Got a zip tie there. Wires go that way. This one comes here and connects to this one. Goes into the board. Then we need to bring these around and wire them up. Oh, not there. Here. And we're almost there. You just need to wire our motors back in and then we'll be set and ready to go. And positive on the left, ground is on the right. Black is ground. Yeah, that's the nice thing is being able to drive. I can bring a bunch of stuff. If I was flying or something, I wouldn't be able to bring as many printers. And of course, I'm going to have two box turtles there because I'm bringing one for my booth and one for KB3D. So All right, go have fun, free heathen. Enjoy. And I just put that in the wrong side. See? I don't know if these will go boom if you put them in, if you wire them up backwards, but at the very least, the motor's going to go in the direction I'm not anticipating it to go. That would drive me nuts for a little bit, going, it worked fine on the bench. So if everything works out right, I should have my AFC light boards next week sometime via UPS, I think towards the end of the week. And that is the dedicated board for this. So that'll be nice because then I'll be able to test that out. Which I believe I wouldn't have to have like a MOSFET or anything. Everything's built onto the board, if I remember right. That should make the wiring that much easier. And how's it going, Reverend? Hope you're doing well. We are reassembling my box turtle. So it was still having issues. We were trying to troubleshoot and diagnose why my respooler motors, which are the things that I was just wiring back up, were not working. And it was a mixture of, I assembled them wrong. So that's part one. Part two was I had some wiring that, I mean, the wiring's pretty delicate, and I had some wiring that failed. So there's strike two. Nothing against the design. It was poor solder joints will always lead to undesired results. So that is all on me. And Longshot helped me troubleshoot and get some things fixed up. So we're now reassembled using the latest versions of all the printed files. We added a little bit more of our what you call it, quality of life stuff in the form of some quick disconnects for now on the lights to make it easier to remove the respoolers. I can just undo the microfit connectors, a couple of screws, undo the wire here, and everything else will pop out. So trying to just make things a little bit nicer as we put this back together. I can tell you that I probably have enough heat sets sitting over here that I took out of this build to do another build. So that's nice. There's some good bomb reduction there. Because if I use less heat sets, that means I use less screws. And if I use less screws and heat sets, that means I can build the next one, hopefully without needing to grab any new screws out. I'm not saying that'll happen, but so I'm starting to print parts for a third box turtle. It will be, the plan is metallic blue and green at this particular moment. And I just need to go and cut a couple of more frames worth of extrusions because I've got plenty of extrusion over there to do so. So we'll get that done, and we'll do up another um, one of these using the latest set of files, which is pretty much this. Hey, there's that screw I was missing. We found it now. So there is box turtle put back together, and our new idler spoolers, we can just set these down in here like that. If we have a baby spool, like maybe we're doing a sample spool or something, all we have to do is just move it to a different position, and those work. They spin very well. Each one of these is working. Ah, there we go. That could be a part of the issue as well as to why that one was acting a little funky. That one might be a little bit too tight now, so let me pull that back some. What the heck? All right, I think we should be good there. Box turtle is back together. Let's peel it. Cool. Let me clear a couple of things out of the way for now. And we'll bring the Trident back over here. We'll get her connected up and have a look. Oh, all over the filament. That goes down there. I'm going to set this off to the side for a moment so I can get the printer over here without killing myself. Probably should move that out of the way, but not probably. I need to move that out of the way. This is the best way to have a printer, by the way, is on a rolling cart because it makes it a lot easier to move things. Now we have room to move the Trident back over. Ay. Okay. Go back over here to the bench side. For those of you who remember, this is our Trident. We've got a, whatchamacallit, a Filametrix tool head on it. Well, stealth burner Filametrix style, which means that we have, I didn't put the feet on this either. Yeah, let me put feet on there so I don't scratch this up. I'm just going to put the feet on here. I'm not going to put the corner pieces on. I've got those printed. I just haven't put the heat sets in them yet, and I did the full white corners. And doing this upside down won't work because of the way the feet sit in there. So I probably should have done this before I moved that in here, but oh well. Need my 3mm. Thoughts and prayers. And I can put the feet on here without having the corner pieces on, because the corner pieces will slide in from the top and key in from the top, and then have a M3 screw that screws up into a heat set insert on them to hold them in place. So we can just set the feet on here for now and then add that part afterwards. And you can add all kinds of LEDs to these. So there's an option or a provision for LEDs in the corners. So you can do LEDs in the corners, or you can go through and do just straight without LEDs. There's all kinds of things that you can do to make it yours. And I know there's, hey, something, something, something about more RGBs, the more speed you get and stuff like that. Yeah, don't believe that hype, because with a changer like this, you're not going for speed. So the Box Turtle serial print, I love it. It's like The slicer was like, oh, this is going to be a 12-minute print. No, it's not. Not with tool changes, it's not. Or with color swaps, it's not. Especially not when you're trying to test it at like 2 in the morning. The estimated time lies. So once again, I've created this 4-pin microfit, and I've got it. I'll demonstrate here. It's in one of the hexagons, the female side. It's over here on the side skirt. We added that because that will enable me to put box turtle on and off, and I can go into just a straight printing mode. Or if I need to, like what we were doing is test multiple box turtles, all I have to do is take one off and put a different one on, and I can hop swap between them. One to that, one to that, one. Like missing a power cord. Seriously, just, I know I had one and I just wrapped it up. What'd I do with it? I knew I was going to need it. Nope, not there. Oh, there it is. I was like, what is that noise? That's my actual motors rotating. There's lane 4 rotating. I don't know if you can see that. Maybe if I go overhead. You can see this motor going. And it's doing that as the system's booting up. Once the system's done, that'll stop or should stop. Just like that, it stopped. And going through and doing the prep, checking to see if it's got anything in any of its lanes. And I only have one of 4 lanes lit up. Now what's going on? Everything should be in the right spot. So why are we not? So this one triggered. That one didn't. That one didn't. So we're going to put box turtle on its side again. Take a look at those end stops. So that one I think is still a travel move issue. Come on, darn it. Okay, so this one, so we manually triggered everything. That one's still fighting me on triggering. It doesn't help as I'm trying to tighten this down and keep it straight. You know, just the rotation of the screw draws it forward. Okay. I think they're set, something's still off. Failed to load, check filament at trigger. Yep. We're going to do a restart on this real fast. Bring up my web browser. I didn't put him on his back. I put him on his side, flipped him around on his side, you know, made him do cartwheels. It's all good. To stop lane 3 and 4 from spinning on boot, when you flash clipper, add bang PB2, bang PB10 to the GPIO pins to set at microcontroller startup option. Okay, Wondro. Is that somewhere in the, darn it? Is that somewhere in the Discord? Because I probably won't remember that. Me and this cord are going to have words tonight. Had an M3 washer to help it. Yeah, that. Yeah, I was thinking that as I was doing it. What do I need here? I need the printer up. Iron Dragon. Failed to load, failed to load, failed to load. Do a restart. And you said to put a bang PB2 and bang PP10 in the GPIO pins to set at microcontroller startup option. So it's still giving me, oh, no. Let's see where we're at. Leg 4 ready. Lane 1 ready, leg 2 ready, leg 3 not ready, failed to load, check filament at trigger. So this one is still not sensing its trigger pin right. So what is going on with lane 3? Okay. Let me grab a washer. Yeah, I will. Just one second. I can tell that it's not the end stop was in an open state, as if there was filament in the passage. So I'm trying to solve that real fast. All right, what is going on with this end stop? I mean, I know it's a crappy Creality one. Maybe I'll have to swap this particular end stop out. Okay, I think I got that one set right now. Mouse, grab the command. And I want to do a second window here, so oh, and that looks like it took an error. So for giggles, let me do a restart again. Don't need to do that changing the config. So I'm getting a light here. I'm not getting a light the rest of the way. So what did I do to my lights? So the wiring is the same. My question would be, oh, that's really going to suck if I got my inputs and output connectors wrong. Because that means I'll have to like take them off and recrimp everything. See, all my lights were working and then I had to futz with it. It won't keep it from working though without the lights. It'll just make it hard to understand. So let's continue. We should have 4 lanes ready now. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 are ready. We can refresh here and we'll get that. We should get the information. Oh, we'll get the information if we take the extra slash out. Seriously. Take the extra slash out. Yeah, there we go. Everything's showing up right. Like I said, I just don't have the lights up here, but that's because I have a feeling the issue is I swapped my input outputs. And if so, I would just need to change the one connector coming from this lane going to that lane and just, yeah, that's doable. I can make that happen. We're going to grab some filament by taking it out of the AMS. And I don't rightfully care what order it is in, just that I've got filament. And remember, your AMS is good with straight cuts. This, not so much. Give yourself a pointed cut. And you got to push it past your front lever here and to your extruder, and then the extruder will take it from there. Or should, like, oh. And how many of you are watching what I just did and know exactly what I'm dealing with right now? It's going to go on its side again. Going to have a real hard time pushing that filament through without having filament pass in place. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Missing one. Okay. Front. ECAS to ECAS. ECAS to ECAS. You. Yeah, like I said, I should be able to just change this connector and then swap all the others and I'll be good for fixing the lights, I believe. All right, come on now. I need to find my other long tube, which I probably knocked down on the floor back here. Seriously? This might make it a little bit harder. If I can't find that other PTFE tube, I'm going to have to make it. Two are too small. Heck. Oh, I see it. I see it now. Ah, there we go. Okay. Now we have filament pass, so our filament might actually load to the extruder, be seen by the extruder. And since we're playing with PTFE tubes, we're going to go ahead and put the one in the back of the box turtle so I don't have another issue there. And you can feel it when it catches and then it starts spooling it. I'm going to do the green as the first color because that will be think. Slide that one back. We will insert this. There we go. It got that one. I have a black. I have a black. Here's the So I'm going to try and use the green as the main color because, you know, it's supposed to be a frog, or not a frog, a turtle, which would be green. Uh-oh, what happened? What did I miss? BBL. Okay, be back later. Too much pressure to think. There's always too much pressure to think. We are doing a lot better. Let me bring up, rather than, well, that's the straight view. Let me, so the speed rebuild is an entirely new one. No, this is the first one that I put together. The issue was none of my respooler motors were working. Right now, only my first light's working and the rest aren't because I think I did my, the connectors in reverse. So this one, I need to cut the microfits off the end and repin it so that it's instead of being a a female connector with male pins, it's a male connector with female pins, and then they'll all be set right again. So that's why this light's working and these aren't. That's a wiring issue I can solve. But no, inside, what I want this camera. All right, I'm confused. Regardless, we had a file in here before, and that's all I'm going to do is print that file again. This should be for the box turtle. This is the serial. Now, what I did is I made it bigger. I made it 150% in X and 150% in Y, just because this is a 0.6 nozzle. And I was afraid that trying to do it in the small standard size may be causing me some issues. But for giggles, I will actually, I think I still have it up over on this one. Do I? Do I not? Orca, where are you at, Orca? We bring up Orca Slicer. I think I saved the profile. Did. So let me take that and I'm going to scale it back to 100 by 100 and go back to the standard size. And colors are different order, no big deal. Care about that. The slice, print, upload and print. Now, for those of you playing along at home, I did change the park macro a bit. So originally, the park macro is over here, and the poop macro is over here in the back left corner. Every time it would go to kick, it would catch on the cutter button over here. So I moved the poop and kick over to the back right, because it would poop, it would come over to park, then it would brush, it would go back to park, and then come over here. By moving it all to this corner, it's going to reduce the time because everything's going to be done in the back corner here. So cross your fingers that I got that set up right and it does the poop and kick right. But right now we are, let me switch over to the browser. No. Browser window is not going to help right now. It's heating up. So yeah, the speed rebuild was literally a rebuild. And I don't have the corners on. So I wound up reprinting all of the main parts. So the deck panels, the trays, the respoolers, the idlers are all the latest version. The skirts are the original version. And I'm in the process of reprinting these so that we can do like we did on the red and orange one, which is the main color is the orange, and we do the mesh in the back with the red. So this will be white with a blue mesh in the background. And I've got those printing right now, and I'll swap those off screen. Now what I need to do is, this print's good, we're great. I will shut this back down and move the whole thing over to the corner, and I will bring the red and orange box turtle this one, which is a slightly older set of parts, and I will take this apart so I can get my re-spoolers off, because I need to take these parts off here to literally take them apart and redo them, because while they're mechanically working, the re-spool motors themselves are not. And it's because I have to reprint the 24 tooth gears and reassemble those re-spoolers with the 24 tooth gears. Because what I did was I felt that it was tight and I didn't want to break the gears trying to get them on the shafts. So I reamed out the center hole of the gears to get them on the 8mm shafts easier. And so what's happening in some cases is the 24 tooth gear is moving, but there's not enough friction between it and the 8mm shaft to run the wheels. So I need to go through and basically reprint the 24 tooth gears, take these all apart, rebuild them, and reassemble it. Yeah, so there's a 10 tooth spur gear on the N20 motor. Those are perfectly fine. They're a good press fit on there. But the 24 tooth gear that goes on the 8mm shaft, I reamed those out, and they're just free spinning on the shaft now. So our re-spoolers are running off of these. So, and the thing I don't like about these is we're looking for 6 volt, 500 RPM. Well, really, these motors will take anything from 3 volts to 12 volts, right? To get the RPM, it's the gearbox. And you've got to be careful, because they will sell these in listings where you can select anything from like 30 RPM all the way up. And I ordered some of these from Amazon. They just came in today, and the bag on them says 6 volt 30 amp, or excuse me, 6 volt 30 RPM. 30 RPM gearbox is never going to move a spool of filament. So you got to get at least the 500 RPM ones, and you have to be giving them at least 5 volts or they're not going to work. And you know, I didn't even look at these to see if the gear motors are truly different. Yeah, if you're say 6 volt 500, you'll be good. Oh yeah. So this one, I don't know if it'll show up on camera. This is the 6 volt 500 Rippums. This is the 6 volt 30 Rippums. That gearbox, it's kind of hard to see, is completely different. I'll try and take a picture of these and show them. But yeah, the gearbox and mesh is 100% different. So yeah, the ones from Amazon, and I've already done a return. I'm not even going to do a refund, or I'm sorry, I'm doing a refund. I'm not even going to try and get them to send it to me again. So I just have to drop these by a UPS store tomorrow. Maybe on my way back from getting Mrs. Dragon at the airport. But as you can see, there's another 4-pack. I have, I think, 4 or 6 coming from Ishik. Those should get here late next week, so I'll have some spares. And I plan on building at least 3, maybe 4 total, so that each one of my Vorons will have a box turtle on it. So I'm still waiting on the extruder motors and the other Bondtech gear sets to come in. Oh, and the Bondtech gear sets that are called out on the BOM are not hardened. Okay, let me repeat that. They are not hardened. If you run glow in the dark, if you run glow in the dark, if you run like wood filaments or any type of abrasive filled filament, even running, if you run a ton of white filament through, in order to get white, there is so much pigment in these to get white, it will wear your nozzle faster than any other color, right? But just know that these are not hardened gears. If you start running filled filament like, carbon filled nylon or glass filled anything, you'll rip the gears out of here real quick. And I don't know if you can pick up this sound or not. It's kind of like a grating sound. Let me see if it. Yeah, you hear that background noise? That is the part cooling fan in there. It's rubbing on something. I need to take it apart, and I just need to take the fan shroud apart and figure out what it's rubbing on, or if it's rubbing on anything. It might just be that the fan is not happy running at whatever RPM it's at and wants to be replaced. Yeah, he'll chew through that shortly. That's true. And so the nice thing is this is pretty dialed in. And because we're doing green, it's going to be hard to see, but I will try and bring you guys in some. And the green that it's working with right now is the creator spool. So this is the, what the heck do they call this? They call it M Sparkle Green now, but it's the Loyal Moses Dark Sparkle Green. I'm not about to pull that out. But it goes down pretty nicely. Oh yeah, that is a pretty color, and I get why Loyal Moses likes it, and he was so mad when they got rid of it, because they got rid of that color. The only way to get it now is to get the Loyal Moses Creator Spool, which it's weird. They have Creator Spools, and the only two they have is Loyal Moses Sparkle Dark Green and the flat Dark Earth for 3D Print Journal. But she'll do a couple layers here, then should go to the back right corner and do its little poop for its filament change. Oh, and I did realize I have another NAMI version 1. So I can put another NAMI on one of my printers if I wanted to. And I believe Longshot said that they are working on adding some features so that you can show status, like maybe what lane or color or whatever on your NAMI. which would be pretty cool because you could also, like I've seen people embed the NAMI in like a skirt on a printer rather than running it on the stealth burner. Because all you need to do is apply power to it and it talks to your printer over. All right, so it did the cut. It'll come over here to park. It should rewind the filament. So it's doing a bit of tip forming. Now there's our filament rewind right there. That's what I was having to do manually. Now it's grabbing white. And we should see it do its little poop over here. What it's going to do is it's going to it cut a tip. It's going to do a little purge poop, which is like a little blob. And then once it's done, if I fix the macro, it's going to clean the brush and then it's going to go over and knock that off. Clean the brush, and it'll come over and start printing. And what you'll be left with is about 58 or 59 of these little poops. And for some reason, that looks like it didn't purge all the way through for the white, but I am getting white out. Because normally I would expect to see this transition to white pretty quick. But we did get white down there, so it did do a purge and poop. Either that or nope. Yeah, I thought that one felt funny because it was cold. That's the poop that we just did. So you can see it started out green and then went to white. But on this print you'll do, I want to say it's like 50 something changes. I'm going to raise you all up here so that we can see the movement up here and see down here, because I'm gonna use this video, maybe take a small clip of it, do a highlight, and export it over to YouTube and use it for my serial. Means I need to look and see what the requirements are for the serial again. I want to say there was a requirement to put a name or something. So for a serial request, it is a successful print of the test object, which is this. There is a dedicated, it has to be this object to do your serial request. Oh yeah. Yeah, I knew it was 50 something. It says here, I think it said here on the serial information as well. You must use 4 colors unless you build like a 3-lane. Uh-oh, that's not good. Why did that not respool? I wasn't paying attention. Says lane not ready. Leg 2 not ready. Why is leg 2 not ready? Failed to load past hub. They're all in there. I think we're just in a pause state, so I'm going to tell it to not restart, but resume. They're still working on some error corrections and stuff like that, or error handling in the software. So it's trying to load lane 3 now. So I've found on tightly wound spools, when it gets to the sides, even on my AMS, it kind of does some weird hanging. Hey, long shot. Yeah, it's printing. So I just had a weird thing. It's doing. So it's going to load and do a poop. We have gotten our first 2 poops out for this print. And my brushing routine, it throws little flakes everywhere, so I wind up with little flakes of crap everywhere down here. So you're going to wind up having to like get a little vacuum or something to vacuum it out. Or don't do the brushing, because all right, so this one, it's stalling. It's trying, but it's stalling. Why are you stalling? Oh, you know what? I wonder. I'm wondering if, yeah. So this is why you got to be careful of your positions, because on these cardboard spools, you want it to be on the idlers. And what's happening here is it's a heavy weighted spool, and it was sitting down to where it's making contact and rubbing on the bottom of the lane. So I'm going to move all these forward one. Just to make sure that they're not rubbing on the bottom of the lane, because that'll add way too much drag. And I moved my poop and kick cycle over to this side from this side, because this is where I have my cutter, and the back side of the when it does the kick, the back side of the little arm that supports your CAN bus cable kept hitting the plunger for the cutter. So I was having some issues, so that's why I moved it over there. Every once in a while, this will get hung up back here as well, being the umbilical. So I want to swap this out with a with the Nighthawk SB, and I can run that through the cable chain. So I'll put cable chains back on. And welcome on in, Chaos Trucker. Welcome on in. We are printing. We have rebuilt this. I've got an issue with the lights. I know exactly what it is. I cut the wires and added quick disconnect connectors. And I think what I need to do is change the one coming from here, which is the first LED in the chain, to the next one, and then swap them all over. I just basically am going out to out. So I need to fix that. But this is the box turtle. So for those that don't know, Chaos Trucker's a Twitch streamer over in Germany. So hello, welcome on in, Captain Chaos, and Sinberg, and everybody else. Let's see, Eaton Paul, welcome on in. So this is the box turtle. This is in essence a open source AMS unit. I'm part of the beta test group, and this is the first one that I built. I had some mechanical issues with the build, so I had to basically what we just did was disassemble it and reassemble it. So it took about 8 sessions to assemble the first or the second one, and we rebuilt this in 2 streams over the last 2 days. So, and now we're back up and running and printing. And this is a test print. It's the serialized print that you're doing. Right now, what it just did was a cutting motion to cut the filament. It comes over here. It's going to do a retract. It's going to do a little bit of a ram. It'll do a retract. Okay, now it's going to grab the next color, which is the white, and it's going to load the white. Then it's going to do a little purge poop over here, which will look like that. Kind of like the blobifier, it's just a little purge poop. And because we're doing this, we don't have to have a purge tower or prime tower. This purges the old color, make sure that it's primed with the new color, and then it will move over, brush the nozzle again, move back over and knock that purge poop off the build plate, and then come over and do the color print. So this is really cool. It's a really neat little thing. This will work with any printer that has clipper, a tool head sensor, and you can do tip forming like you do on an MMU, or you can do cutting like I'm choosing to do here. And you can have a cutter at the nozzle or at the tool head, or there's a version that we're calling Snappy, which will be kind of like the Enraged Rabbit encoder cutter, but it'll sit on the back side of the box turtle and be able to cut your filament back there. So yeah, this will be really cool. I'm really excited about this. I need to fix the mechanical build issues on my second one over here. This is Galaxy Orange and Galaxy Red. And this is the second box turtle. I'm going to have both of these at 3D Printopia later this month, like in a week. God, yes, in a week. A week from today, we'll be driving out, and about this time, we would be setting up out at 3D Printopia. So I'm going to have at least 2 of these done, and I'm going to try and eke out a third one before the show. So yes, very much. Welcome on in, and thank you for the raid again. I really appreciate you, bringing your community over and sharing them with me. So I do appreciate that. And so far, this is going pretty good. It was tested out, and I knew it was printing well. It was doing the cut function, and it was doing the purge poop and kick. I just switched it from doing it over on the left side to the right side. I think whoever was doing it on the left side had their cutter at the front versus the back. But I've always done mine in the back for whatever reason. And this file that we're printing here, it's a 4-color print. And let me, while it's doing this next change, let me bring up the file over here so you all can see. So this is the box turtle and what it's trying to print for us. So the reason you're seeing very quick tool changing, or not tool changing, but color swaps, is when it does the T, it's doing like pretty much one outline because I'm running a 0.6 nozzle on this printer. So the last time that I printed this and had a fair modicum of success and had a completed print by me helping it do the respooling, I increased the XY to 150%. So it made it a little bit bigger than the original would be so that I could get a little more print time between color swaps. So this is the original size that we're printing now, and this was just making it bigger in the X and Y direction, but keeping the same height of the print. Now, I am not running any type of filament buffering in here like you would have on an AMS. I do have parts printed out here to add an Annex Engineering belay. What this will be is you'll have an end stop sensor here again. You'll have your filament going in the direction of the arrow on that shaft. You'll have an ECAS, or not an ECAS, but a collet on this side and a collet on this side. So this will be the fixed tube going into your tool head. This will be the tubing coming in through this end into the collet and this little slider part. So your tube will come through the slider. You'll slide it all the way forward and move that tubing as far as you can. Then put your collet clip in. And this is the amount of buffer that you can use to synchronize the extruder motors underneath here to your extruder in your tool head. And once again, we're going to be using belay in the interim. There is a thing called the turtleneck that will be a purpose-built one that will have a little bit more functionality to it. Is it paused? It might be. It may have... yeah, it did take an error. Let me just resume that. So good catch. It did take an error. And it just... Okay. So the lane 2 wasn't loading? Yeah, we'll see what it does. It did just put a blob right there too, so it's going to catch that blob. I'm going to have to stop it because, yeah, that blob will catch it. Or it will catch on that blob, probably. Let's let it ride and see if it recovers. That was the red, which is doing the T, which is really small with the 0.6 nozzle. Okay, yeah, that's still hanging on the respool. But it's only doing that on the... It's only doing that on the cardboard spools. Have you had any issue with the cardboard spools, long shot? Off to dinner at Micro Center. Have fun, Thunder Keys. Hey Liz, how's it going? Yeah, I might have to print off some more spool rings for the cardboard ones. Either that or select plastic spools for doing these test prints, because I'm sure I have plenty of those underneath here. Yeah, like I said, lane 3 is probably the fact that it's a heavy cardboard spool. It's a pretty full spool. I'm not seeing as many issues with the green, but it's also probably a half used right now. So but yeah, it's working now. And the respooler is working is a godsend. Yeah, and it does look like lane 2 hasn't been loading at all. I'm not seeing any black on there yet. I mean, it's loaded. I just love these. They're so much nicer than the bamboo poop. It's not, that's your error. It's not going to the hub. Yeah, I'm not sure why. I mean, the only thing I could think of is maybe the tube is just slightly not long enough, because it did look like some of the positions of the extruders may have changed slightly. So I might have to cut a new tube. I'll try and take a look underneath and see, because I'm not going to be able to fix it while it's still running. Well, I guess what I can do is just cancel the print and oh, it's been throwing an error, and it's been saying lane not ready for leg 2. So it's loaded to the hub. I know it's loaded to the hub because it's physically engaged in the hub. Or I'm sorry, not in the hub, in the, so it says trigger. So it's through the front one. Load is at the extruder. So it's not picking up that it's loaded in the extruder. And therefore, that would be the issue. So I'm going to go ahead and, even though we're doing pretty good here, I am going to stop this so that I can bring that back down and try and take a look at why lane 2 is not loading. So I do get a little bit of strays here and there, but not a whole ton. Good old clipper. It's got to finish the command before it Okay, now that seems like we're clogging. And it was able to push the clog out, so that's good. That was that poop. Hey, look, it finally took the stop. I'm going to manually keep the heater at 200 because I need to unload the lane. So tool unload 3. Yeah, I'll unload 2. I'm going to unload them all, and well, I'm going to see if I can get 2 to unload and then load all the way to the tool head. Yeah, I've got flat spots going on this spool. I'm going to have to get I'm going to have to print some rings for some of those spools. So I'm at lane eject 2, which should be this one. You know what? This is one of those that had a square end. That may have been a completely me issue with the initial load of it. So that's actually loaded. So we'll check our query. We'll throw this up on full screen. So we do have if you go to your printer's URL, in this case my IP address, and then /printer/object/query query $AFC, it'll show you the status of everything. So we're going to be looking for leg 2. Load is true, so it's loaded through the extruder. Prep is true, it completed the prep. Got material in it, spool ID, color, So we're into the load position. So that may have just been my issue. So let me see if it'll come off here nicely. Won't. How's it going, Evil Diesel? Welcome on in, brother. And I don't have any stops on the back of this. That's why you're seeing me stick my hand in there to try and get it lined up so it doesn't catch on the brush back here. So we should be good. Everything's unloaded. Failed to load. Is that the one that just happened? Eject lane 2. It says failed to load, but over here at the AFC, it says load is true. That may be an old. That's 2 minutes ago. Playing satisfactory? Awesome. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell it to load T1, which is tool 1, 0, 1, 2, 3. I'm going to tell it to load this one to see if it'll load. And it is starting to do a load. So that was me having a square tip so that the run prep, okay. Apparently it's deciding to poop. Yeah, I did that the other day. And by when I say I did that the other day, I got to see if I'm going to get myself in trouble real fast. Okay. So when I say I played Satisfactory the other day, Evil Diesel, after I got done streaming yesterday and redid the wiring, which I obviously screwed one of the terminators up over here. Yeah, I played Satisfactory until 6:30 in the morning. So I've stayed up. Or no, was that yesterday? Yeah, no. Wednesday night. My bad. It was Wednesday night. I played until 6:30 in the morning. Okay, so now we have tool 2 loaded. We want to go ahead and unload from the tool. Say 2. We're going to make sure it does the rewind. That's better. I mean, we're getting a nice print. Ever so slight bit of elephant's foot, but we're getting good print. So we're done. You said run prep, which apparently I don't have a macro for, so I'm just going to run prep straight, P-R-E-P. That should go through and validate all the lanes, and all lanes are ready. So we'll come back up here and we'll try and rerun that file again. Uh-oh. What'd you do? So I don't think that lane's gonna work out. So we'll be reprinting that one later. And these are done. So if you want to see what the skirts will look like in a minute, or once I get a successful print off that, I will swap the skirts out, and I'll do that off stream. And I'll show you what the new skirts are going to look like in just 1 second. This will be on the back, so what do you think of those? This, of course, like I said, is going to be the back side. This will be the skirts in the back. I think that's going to look nice. You don't want to break the KB game. Those guys are like monkey trying to make order. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to add a little bit more of a pop than just the straight white, huh? And they've got these beautiful print-in-place supports for these edges, and all I have to do is apply a little bit of side pressure, and they pop off just that easy. So, love them. And we do have supports here to do for the fan and the inlet for the cable. And you'll probably have to take this print-in-place support out right there too, and I'll show you that. This is a little bit more to do because of the location. It does break out fairly easily just with a small flathead screwdriver. Just go on the side. That should be enough to break it free. There you go. Gives you a really nice clean print to mount your fan to. And then there's a groove right here that you'll have to take out to get your wiring in there for your CAN bus. So just grab it with pliers and it comes right out. Yeah, I still haven't jumped on the KB3D server because I'm having too much fun running around by myself right now. But yeah, those are supports in the fan area. So the first files we got did not have those supports in them, and so trying to get the fan started in this was a pain in the butt because you didn't get really clean surfaces. Um, but now that they added the supports, you get very nice surface, and these are direct thread into plastic holes, so it works really, really well now. I guess I should get the next set of parts going, huh? That was that one. I need this one. That'll be the two sides, and I'll do the front panel. And I believe somebody has a monolithic front panel now, so if you've got a big enough printer, you can do the front and back as monolithic sides too, rather than being multiple parts. But they were cut to size to be able to fit on like a standard inner size, like a 220 bed. So and I don't know why Windows keeps doing that to me. I think it just did a update. And are we too close, or are you just trying to push too much plastic? Might be a touch too close. I hear you. I'm coming. Give me a second. That But yeah, so this Trident's pretty interesting. It's been my test bed for several things. Why are you still complaining? You're not. You shouldn't be that. Darn it. All right, I may have gotten a clog. Hold on. I emergency stopped that because I believe we're getting a clog. So something is up there. So just a level set, we're going to reboot and get everything back up to speed. I'm going to go ahead and unload this one. And hope and pray that that's not fully clogged up, because yeah, there's a tremendous amount of under extrusion. So either something was clogged up or the extruders were way out of sync and fighting each other. Hey Pete, how's it going? Yeah, I like I said, I think whatever the issue was before, when I stopped it mid print, it may had something still left in buffers or something. I don't know. But I'm going to double check, and I need to make sure we didn't just clog that nozzle. Because that has been known to happen. This tool head has come apart a few times. Well, you're the one that made me lower it so you could do the cap. Yeah, that was just all kinds of, not happy and not working. But the good news is we were starting to blob there from ooze. So I think it was just the two extruders fighting each other. I don't think we're clogged. But I will ask, what do you guys think? Should we just send it, or should we try and open it up and make sure that we're not clogged or jammed? I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Just a couple of seconds. Do that. Tell it to come up to the front. P1, X, 150, Y, and F, 3000. We'll take a quick look and just make sure that she didn't clog up with whatever just happened. It's quick enough to check. Good insurance policy. Pull the tube, open that up, take our plunger, we're still at temp. And we just pushed out some stuff. So we weren't clogged. That's interesting. You don't want to see that come out of your tool head. Give that another little push. Yeah, that is unusual. That's a first. Now we're coming out clean, so that's good. That's probably from this. So we're good, we're clean. Let me put my Bowden tube back in so I don't forget, and close our extruder up here. Actually, I'll leave that cracked for now. We are printing PLA, and I just have the doors open, so we'll leave that open for now. I am going to do a reboot just to let it reset its memory. Every once in a while we do that. You know, we've had a big week. We need to clear out all the cruft and the mental. I'm doing pretty good, Pete. So far, mechanically, everything's working. I've got 3 lights that still aren't working, but I know what that is because this light works and none of the rest do, which means when I cut the wires and did my quick disconnects, I put the wrong one on the one coming from this one to here. So I'm probably going out to out, which is why it's not working. Which shouldn't impact any of these lights. I just need to change this connector and redo all the wiring, or reconnect them in the opposite order. SB2209, really? I take a quick look here, and I've got a little turtle, and I've got 4 lanes that are ready. I can come over to the other page, do a refresh, and make sure that it says all the legs are loaded. 1 load, leg 2 is load true, leg 3 is load true, leg 4 is load true. So all 4 are reading at the end stops at the extruders, which is up underneath the printer, up underneath the box turtle. So we're going to go ahead and tell it to send it. Right? 3rd time's a charm, right? Hey, Miss Lee Marie, how are you doing? How are you doing today? I need to get this print done, and we'll get the other box turtle rebuilt, or the respoolers rebuilt to solve any problems there. And then we'll get my Trident, we'll get all our panels back on and get her cleaned up because she's going to earth with us. So that's our little print that we're doing. It's going to be a 4-color print. We're doing black, red, white, and green just because, well, they were available. And had I thought about it, I should have swapped this out with a different color just to put it on a different spool, a plastic spool, but we'll keep an eye on this. It's having a dragging issue when it's trying to respool, but I think it's just the, it's starting to get flat spots or where the edges have rolled in, so it's not running smoothly. But it is running. It is running. So this is the serial print. This is just a little bit bigger. I made this bigger in X and Y, but this is basically what we're trying to print out. And I'm doing it on a 0.6 nozzle, so it should be fairly quick. It's going to be a lot more in poop than in this. And the reason this looks rough is it did miss one of the tool changes, but and I was having to manually respool this. But I wanted to make sure that mechanically it was working and printing. And the only issue I was having was with the respoolers. So over the last 2 days, we tore this apart on Tuesday, and we've rebuilt it over the last 2 days. Yeah. So this is the box turtle, which is the open source AMS. This is one of mine. This is the first one that I built. And now that we have it printing well, or printing, I'm going to be swapping out the skirts with the 2-tone skirts. And I think that'll be nicer, give it a nice look, get the blue and the white in there instead of just monolithic white. And then I need to tear, I've got the same issue going on the respoolers on this one. So I have to take this apart to get these front pieces out, tear them down and rebuild them. I'm not going to reprint the parts because everything else is working here. It's just the respoolers aren't working. And I know what the issue is. It was an assembly issue where I put the tooth gears in backwards. And I also reamed the tooth gears, the 24 tooth printed gears. I reamed the center hole out to 8 millimeters. So what's happening is the N20 motor, the 10-tooth gear engages it, and it's slipping because the 24-tooth gear is spinning around the shaft rather than driving the shaft with it. So I needs to fix that. And I know that fix will work because that's exactly what we did on these. Yeah, and some folks will make some kits. I'm hoping to see these kits for these available at, I'll say, the big three, West 3D, KB 3D, and Fabrico. And there's going to be 7 or 8 of these on display at 3D Printopia. I'm going to have one. One of these is going to be over at KB 3D's booth. I know one's going to be at Zombie's table. Somebody's giving him a loaner for his table. DLL PDF will have one. In fact, you can go and order frames from them today. Just be aware of a couple of things. You're not going to put rolling T-nuts in the DLL PDF frames. You're going to have to use, when you mount your board or boards, you'll have to use hammerheads because the roll-ins won't go in. What do you mean West 3D too, Thunder Keys? Can you get frames from West 3D now too? Like I said, overall kits, we're hoping to be able to, I say we're hoping. This is Armored Turtles project. I'm just part of the beta test, but I expect, at their booth. Yeah, it'll be at their booth. But I expect that we would probably see kits at the major US spots like West 3D, KB 3D, and Fabrico. A couple will be at Fabrico. One's going to go across the way from Fabrico over to Zombie Hedgehog. I'm going to have one over at KB 3D's booth. All right, why are you... What is going on? Yeah, these extruders are out of sync. How would they get out of sync even after a reboot? That makes no sense. Yeah, it's not a Z-height issue. But it's skipping steps up here. Let me see if I can... Because it's not a silk filament. I don't know. I'd have to take it apart and check. But why would it start skipping all of a sudden? I mean, we've been printing with this for a while now. Yeah, and it's starting to affect the print. So Oh. Oh, excuse me. How do you check rotation distance on them? I've got a belay printed up. I just need to find my collets. I know I have collets. I don't know where my collets are. But I have a belay printed. And I will be adding this soon, but why? Okay. We canceled. It's cooling off. I want to unload. If I do a tool unload, it should tell me it needs to heat up. Yeah, heating to 5 degrees above. Yeah, I guess my point was measuring it. I guess I'm just going to have to. How do you do that? Um, I'm just thinking about the way I do it normally on a printer. Um, 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 um. So okay, so I can just do a series of extrude commands, right? And it should still extrude lane 1 because that's the one it knows about. I'm just trying to think where I would measure it from. Because like if I can get it to come out of the back and then do an extrude command, then I can definitely test it that way. Otherwise, it's a quick unload these and I can pop one of the motors. Meanwhile, I do want to eject this lane and take a look and see. I mean, it doesn't have an ugly tip. It's got a little wisp on it, but that's not a bad tip. That's good tip forming right there. And I'm not seeing anything in the spool that would be causing additional drag. There is a weird crossover on the spool, but that was from the spooling process. So I keep trying to keep an eye on that. This is not a silk, so that shouldn't be an issue. Need to find my collet clips so I can start doing one of the belays though. So I'm like, let's hold on and wait. Yeah, let's not hold on and wait. Let me pull these out because they're going to slide around. do this. Only like 4 screws on the old side, and then I can take the motor off and I'll tell you how many teeth are on them. Not like I won't need to take this one apart to get everything done anyhow. All right, so that extruder is accessible now. Should be able to take the extruder motor off without All right, well, bear with me 1 second because I'm almost done pulling one of the extruder motors off from the red and orange one. I mean, they were all ordered from the same place, so one would hope that they're the same teeth. 10 tooth. Should be 10 tooth. Dang it, really? Now I'm going to play hell to get this extruder lined up again. Dang it. Me and this extruder are going to have an argument here. Okay. 1 screw. Felt way more painful than it needed to be. Sorry, folks, bear with me 1 second here. Okay. That one's back together. Good. So you said load it back and then do the load it back, don't unspool it. Think extruder motion, extruder leg 1, motion Q extruder. Then extrude a distance and measure, do a distance until it comes out the hub, cut it at the button, yep, and then measure, yep. So we'll paste that in. Say send, I'll remove the PTFE tube from the back of the hub. Let me move this forward. I'll try and move this forward some to see if we can get the overhead view to be sort of. This is where we'll be doing the measurement from. Okay, so now we just need to extrude a distance. Are we still hot? Still hot enough that we can extrude. There we go. I'm getting filament now, so once it's done with this extrude, I will cut it, and then I will tell it to extrude, what, like 100? So 50 times 2. So I cut it right at the fitting. Then we've been doing what, a M83 G150. Let me do a M83 G1 E100 F300. Apparently it didn't like that, so M83. G1, E100, F300. There we go. Just didn't like it all as one command. I told it to do 100. It should be good to do 100. Yeah. And then I'll take my trusty ruler, and when it's done, I will measure, and we are at 98. Yeah, 98. Now I got to do public math. Yep, it is off. Public math with a screen that keeps doing this little flaky thing. Okay, math, AFC, rotation distance is going to be under the hardware. So it's listed as 4.75. What is it? It's the distance asked minus the distance you received. No. No, that's wrong. Calculator. So we asked for 98, divide that by the 100 that we asked it for, we got 98. So the actual minus that times the existing value, which is 4.75. So we need to change it to 4.655. I wonder if I need to do that for all of them now. Probably wouldn't be a bad thing to check. Why'd you unload that one? Why did you unload all of them? Kept that one in, it kept the other one in. Position this back here, we'll plug our tube back in. Make them all the same. So I'll come back in here and copy that rotation distance to everything. Do another save and restart. Dang it, I still need to do that PB2 and PB10. I don't know. I'll play with that later. So they're all set to 4655. Let's darn it. Get this off the build plate. Okay. And just to be on the safe side, what do I have an AFC update? Probably. Hey, look at that. Damn. 20 commits since the last update? You guys have been busy. Okay, it tells me it's got all 4. I want to see if all lanes are listed as loaded, so that's good. We will tell it to reprint our file one more time. And as this heats up, I'm going to put you guys on mute for a minute, and I need to blow my nose so I stop sniffling in your ear. Sorry, we're printing again, so I get a treat, which is a Hershey's Kiss. Oh, okay. Yeah, then I'm not doing that one, Drew. I don't feel like doing that. Then I have to do it for the printer. I have to do, because once you reflash the clipper, when you have to do the tool head board, the MMB board and everything, or just the MMB board? I was hoping to have a good print by now. Really wish I knew why this failed all of a sudden. We'll give the bed a good clean. Haven't messed this one in a long while, so we'll clean the bed. A little bit IPA. I do the whole Dawn dish soap thing, but I don't feel like going downstairs and doing that. Oh. Does anybody use the engineering plate on your Bamboo Labs? And if so, what did you think about it? I know I like the one that I got on my first Bamboo, but they I don't want to say stopped making them, but they stopped selling them. I have a feeling that they're only going to make them available for the X1C. Or not, sorry, not the X1C, the X1E. Yeah, I use it pretty much for everything on Dragoon 1. And then Dragoon 2, I've just been keeping the standard textured plate on, which I normally don't have any issues with. Yeah, and I know that I saw that Big Tree Tech came out with like their cold cryo glacier whatever new build plates that you don't have to run heat on for bamboos. And I'm like, okay, that's great, but do we really need yet another build plate of a different type, you know? And then you've got the Slice Works that everyone talks about, but you can only print certain things on it without damaging it. I like to have a, I mean, textured is still like my favorite, but that engineering plate on bamboos was golden. It has worked so well. And I like that you can get a smooth surface versus the textured. But Wondro and Longshot, thank you guys for being here and helping with the troubleshooting again. It'd be great if it was just go and it printed and everything was beautiful and right in the world. But this is content, you know. I just want this one to work so I can get into tearing the other one apart. Yeah. No, that is locked. I think I need to play with my distance now. Yeah, I think it's still trying to drive too hard. I think it's going to make me try and find my collet clips so I can build a belay though. Which, like I said, I know I have collet clips because I got them from KB3D. I hear you skipping still over there. You need to stop that. I really want to know why it hadn't skipped yet, and all of a sudden now it's skipping. Hey, yes, I'm going to come over and stop you. I mean, at this point, the only other thing I can think of is maybe it's developed a partial clog, but we cleaned it out. Unless it's something further up in the extruder that would cause, well, no, because we pushed all the way through the extruder. Hey, Steve Builds, how's it going? Hey, KB3D Chris, what's going on? I'm doing good. I'm just trying to deal with, I had it fixed, had it dialed in, and now I'm having an issue where at least one of my extruders is trying to overdrive, and it's out of sync with so the extruder in this lane is out of sync with this one. It's trying to ram too much filament in. Either that or I've got some type of a partial clog in a Revo nozzle. But my spool rewinders are working. I just need to get a print. Hey Tech Jeeper, how's it going? And Chris, I know you're going to find this funny, but I know I have ordered some collet clips from you. And either I used them all, which I doubt, or I have no idea what I did with them. All right, so now that one's skipping heavily. And I am seeing nothing coming out, so we are straight up clogged. The good news is I've kind of figured out how to deal with it. Yeah, that's true. Slide that back a bit. We're going to tell this. I'm going to have to hold it first. So why would we go from printing so well to overdriving and having extrusion issues? Makes no sense. Yep, thanks Liz. Appreciate it. That's why I'm streaming on a Friday night, is because we're a week away from driving up there. Yeah, because you're streaming. Exactly. So we homed. I need to heat this back up so that we can do a pull, because lane 4 is still loaded to the tool head. So lane 4. So we probably want to up the temperature from 175. Just saying. Aberdeen coffee, don't talk dirty to me. Yeah. So the respoolers are working though. That was the thing. That was the reason we took it all apart. So that's working. Now I need to bring this forward. Let me bring that down some. I'm going to kick this up to a healthy temperature. We're going to make sure that we've got no plastic, no fuzzies. And that is full nozzle depth. And I don't know why I've been printing it. If I print over 200, I wind up getting furry fuzzies. If I print under 200, or yeah, I'm printing at 200, so I was getting good tip forms. Why was it just... Only thing I can think of is like dirty gears, but dirty gears wouldn't cause issues like that. I mean, yeah, that's fully plunged through. There's nothing in there. I'm not forming tips. It shouldn't be forming tips. Let me double check and see if that may be an issue. Let me double check and see if something reverted back in Orca Slicer. Let's come back over here and look at Orca Slicer. That is done under here. No retraction, multi-material. No purge, no filament. all of this should be zeroed out, shouldn't it? Hey, one of these days I'll get it figured out. I'm just making sure that I didn't have a different profile, so nope, there we go. So let's reslice this yet again. And yeah, the colors are different than what I have loaded. I want to put that back in. I got the tube in the back, so that's good too. I am running a 0.6 obsidian, so now I do have, I'll say, ramming added to the macros. So what it does is it pulls up, cuts, and then pushes that cut piece back down some. So it's back down the hot end. Otherwise, it'll solidify up in the, so it pulls it up here, cuts it, and then it pushes it back down. So the molten stuff's still back down here in the heat zone. Otherwise, because I was having stuff start getting caught up in here in the cold zone above the flange here. And then you have all kinds of fun, because then you have to get out things to heat up your nozzles. Apparently, I'm going to need to order a bunch of new nozzles, Chris. I'm running out of my spares. We're going to try this one more time. We had a print that was going pretty good for a while there, and then we had to stop it because we had a lane that was not loading. And come to find out, it was because I cut the, so on a Bamboo Labs AMS, you're cutting your filament straight across. Don't cut it at an angle to try and load it in here, because you're going through two small bearings, and because they're so small, trying to get a flat a flat piece of filament through, it's going to be way too much pressure just given an angle. Same thing when it hits the extruder gears, it kind of doesn't like it. So that's what happened, is that one had a flat edge on it. All right, one more time. We took off tip forming. Which should matter with it just loading. We'll give it one more try, and if it's continuing to be a booger, then I'm going to have to try and find my collets so that I can do a belay. And like I said, I could swear I had a whole pack of collets that I bought for some project. Oh, and we use collets on the black box, but I doubt if I'd be able to dig those out and use them. Especially not since I'm supposed to have black box up and running at a show in less than a week. ECAS fitting. No collets there. Oh. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of now is it would be the extruder gears themselves. So like I said, we'll give this one more shot, and if not, then I know it's functionally working. It's now I'm doing a tuning thing. Oh yeah, that was kind of weird, wasn't it? So we did our little plunger thing, and it squirted filament out. I'm like, okay, great. When I pulled it out, it looked like it had cotton candy on the edge of it. Never seen it come out of a thing like that. So yeah, I wonder if I may have stuff in the gears in the CW2, which God, that'll suck. The only bad thing with the Filametrix too is if you want to get in there and clean the extruder, you have to take the fan shroud off, take the bottom off, and then you can open the door all the way. So give it a shot. If it starts skipping again, then we're gonna have to stop it, and we'll take the shroud off and try and open the extruder up. Okay, be good. It's all good. We don't want to take you apart again. We want to keep you whole. Be nice to us. Damn. We're pooping, but we're skipping gears. So I'm thinking we may have to open the extruder up here. Because there's no reason that this should all of a sudden be turning there. Yeah, the turtle's fine. It would be over here. Because that seems like a little anorexic poop compared to the ones we're used to having. So it's the tool head extruder. We'll see if we can get her to stop. That's got to be the tool head extruder. Oh, what did you do? I don't know what it is, but both my bamboos just went haywire. So we did unload, right? Yeah. We're unloaded. We're cooling down, so that's good. Once it's cooled down, we'll go ahead and shut it off and take things apart so that we can get in here and take a look at it. Curious to see what we will find. The stream started off so good. So good. Just waiting for it to get down to where the fan kicks off, and then I'll power down the printer so I can open the front up. I mean, yeah, you're having fun. So Chris, when are you streaming again? You're supposed to be streaming before these shows. Like I thought we were going to stream together and work on Black Box. You going to stream it Sunday? What time on Sunday? Because Mrs. Dragon's coming home tomorrow. 9 p.m. on Sunday? Okay. Yeah, it used to be normal, like 9 months ago. It hadn't been that long. You streamed a couple times right before Remurf, right? You did one before Murph? Okay. Oh yeah. Come on. Almost there. Cut down. Few seconds. And powered off. We can take that off and we can rotate this out of the side, and now I can get in and see the extruder fully. You are kidding me. You guys are not going to believe this. Let me see if I can get a picture of that. Let me see if I can get a picture of it. Okay. Whoop. I want the picture. I want to make the picture bigger. What's wrong with that? Okay, you see the little tooth gear thing? Right there? That should be straight up and down. The idler is completely out of the idler gear is completely out of the idler piece. So we're going to need to take box turtle down, and we're going to have to do some surgery. Oh. Because that ain't right. Into, I'm going to put my head in the way here. Undo that. Give me my screwdriver back. Do the motor. Come on. Work with, there we go. Microfit out. Thermistor wire out. Full head off. Yeah. I need to take, yeah, I have to take that off, which means I need to disconnect this stuff. Yeah, that will cause a few issues there, huh? I have never seen that before. Like ever. That just does not even make sense. We got to undo the tap and the X end stop. Now we can come in here and dude, your guess is as good as mine. This extruder has been in use for a while. I mean, yes, we rebuilt it when we did the when we swapped the parts, but that guidler did not come off. That guidler stayed on the whole time. Meaning that part was not one that we replaced. So dude, I think it may have sheared um the shaft. How the hell would it have done that? Um, I don't know if you can see in there, but there are pieces that should not be there. I think it may have just popped out, but it's the needle bearings are a little nasty. But we had just like we took the extruder apart. We never took the guider apart. We just you know, we just put it back in. There was no need to take the guider apart itself. We'll re-grease that, but I'm trying to look, and I'm gonna have to take this whole thing apart. I'm gonna have to take the whole thing apart. So we're gonna turn this into a repair stream, apparently. Bring you guys down here. Something in there. Okay. I just need to make sure if this main drive gear is good or if it's foobarred. And if it's foobarred, I think I've got a set of Bondtech gears. If not, then I gave them to Eel Diesel and I'm down until I get a set of Bondtech gears in. But this is a new one for me, the idler falling out. I mean, other than there being nasty grease all over the sides, the part doesn't look like it's fouled. or broken or anything. Looks like the shaft will still go in. I mean, definitely seeing where the idler bearings were at. There's definitely some wear there, especially with as black as it is. What order do I take this apart? Yeah, at least the front didn't fall off. At least I didn't melt the extruder off like Nero did. Trying to take a look and see how far I have to tear this down. And I guess that's all going to depend on what we find when we get the two halves apart. That bearing still looks good. Okay, this looks good. It just has some crap on it, right? So it looks like some of that stuff, whatever it was that we peeled off of it, is in there. So we'll have to do some cleaning. Needle bearings over there. Just got a little bit of wear on it, like I said, but should be good. Let me see if I can. There's a part of me that wonders if it's whatever that hardness coating that they put on here that came off. You've had those come out before too, the actual idler come out? That is a first for me. I've never had an idler come out. I'm just going to make sure that any of the little debris and stuff that I'm seeing in here is out and won't foul things up again. Okay, that appears good. Yeah, so I mean, it looks like the big thing was the idler itself just kind of fell out. Just saw something that caught my eye, so I think it's because this was. I don't think it's this tooth that. So it looks like in the in that bearing there that it's been rubbing against the motor face, which would cause some additional heat creep. But I'm not sure. I can't remember if this was a reused motor and it might have been from a different machine that had caused that issue. Can't. Yeah, see, if you get a ring like that on your motor, that means that your end has been rubbing, and it could actually have been caused when that idler fell out and caused some jamming, but no. I apparently did not check. That is sits up too high, or can sit up too high. So, and I bet you I got rid of that jig, didn't I? Damn it. This is not a 2, is it? No. Still have, did I leave that out? So what I'm going to do is I don't have the sanding jig printed out anymore because I think I got rid of it finally. We're going to assume I got rid of it. Oh, it's going to be easy enough to line this back up. Undo that set screw. Pull you off. So it can get pushed all the way back so it's right up against there. Normally what you would do is sand that off. I may actually push this down further on the gear. Because if it comes out the front, yeah, it's got plenty of room at the front that it can still come out some. So I'm going to just push it further on the gear to prevent that rubbing. Because what'll happen is you'll get more friction on it, and it'll heat up the whole gear over time. So I got one of these gear pullers thanks to Steve Builds, and I wound up using it on the black box build. Get the gear in there. Come on, work with me. Work with me. Damn, it was a good thought. Good thought while it lasted. Oh, maybe I can get enough. There we go. So it doesn't need to get pushed down a lot, just a little bit. Oh yeah, the guidler was completely out and at an angle. In a word, it was bad. And now I noticed a little bit of rubbing on the gear or on the motor face from the gear. And I don't have my little jig to sand it. So I'm going to, I just pressed it, the plastic gear, I I pushed the shaft a little bit more through the plastic gear using my gear puller there. So now, if I set this in there, it it does come out just a tad bit, but just a winkle. Maybe just a tad bit more. Yeah, the guider came completely loose, and I was wondering, like, we've been printing fine. Why all of a sudden are we starting to get skipped steps and weirdness? And all right, so see now that is nice and flush. It's not sitting proud, so we're good there. And before I put everything back together, I'm just going to stick this back on there and get it lined up. And that's on one side, that's on the other, and it's not sticking out of the front face here, so we're good there. So now let's build the motor back up again. I got to remember all the steps to put this thing back together. Got to try and scrape the teeth on that guider as well. So we did have some material in the guider, not a whole heck of a lot, but there was some. That goes there. This is going to go there. There, one here. Motor lined up. Yeah, I probably should have put that on there before no, I had to do it this way. Now I'm trying to build this tool head back together without looking at a manual, so I hope. Checking for backlash. Okay, this is going to come around and get that board put on it. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Yeah, that guider coming loose, that is the weirdest thing. I've never ever seen anything like that before. The 4-pin. Like that. That underneath, out of the way. Neatly out of the way. Got our motor cable. That up here and connected. So, this back on. On from that side. This one comes on from this side. Now, in a real perfect world, I would flush the those bearings out, the needle bearings, but I don't think I'm going to have the ability to. Um, yeah, so I just wipe things down and we'll re-grease it, and then we'll put it back in there. But the best thing I'd be able to do is maybe put it in some isopropyl alcohol, shake it around for a little bit, let it sit, take it out, dry it out, blow it out, and then redo the greasing. Just going to try and clear out all of these teeth real fast because it did look like there was some debris in there. Little wisps of material here and there. Almost looks like lint. So with any luck, we'll get this put back together and we'll start getting a decent print out of it again. And tomorrow, we will start disassembling, or maybe tonight I'll start disassembling the other box turtle and getting it ready to have some work done on it. I'm just going to load these needle bearings back in, put some fresh grease in it, pack it with the same 3mm shaft. And I mean, I did have one of these fail. It was on the Ender 3, but it had like 3 or 4,000 hours on it, and this printer's got, like 3 or 400 hours on it. This has been a showpiece that's, well, I say that it has 3 or 400 hours on it since the last time I rebuilt the clipper on it. So I guess I should rephrase it and say it like that. Yeah, because that still definitely fits in nicely. I don't, like I said, I have no idea how that popped out. That's a new one on me. That down in there and push all the way in. We'll add that at the bottom. And this one goes in at the top. Just like that, our extruder is back together. So we will remount it. In there, and I'm going to get my head in the way again. Sorry. Come up from underneath and well, this turned into a good side adventure, huh? I mean, like I said, that was the grease out of the bearings. That's why I said might be really worthwhile to wash and repack or swap, but not at this juncture, especially not when I'm not 100% sure that I would have um, another set. Ooh, crap. That goes, where does that? I think it was, might have been this. This goes to the door. It does. That one's on. This, I still need to put the door back in place. To there's not a good, yeah, exactly. Yep, our eternal, an unexpected journey. I opened this thing up and literally the idler was out of its, it was sitting like cattywampus. It was the weirdest thing I'd ever seen. I'd never seen an idler pop out within the extruder itself. Um, where's, here's this, that's what it is. I know I was missing this one here. So yeah, we were starting to get weird, um, like out of the blue, it started like skipping in the box turtle, and we're like, why why are we getting like these weird things that look like jams but aren't? And that's what it was. It was the idler had fallen out one of the times I had opened it to clear something. Never have I seen that happen. Come on, give me the screw, please. You go back in here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. And I'm pretty sure I have a full set of Bondtech gears over there. Like I said, unless for whatever reason I gave it to Evil Diesel. And if Diesel's there, he's probably being quiet because he knows he has it. Like, I know nothing of the sort. Okay, so our X end stop comes back up there. Plug that in. This comes back over here. Sorry for my head again. And yes, Chris, I still need to swap this over to whatchamacallit? Nighthawk. I figured out I could go to Nighthawk by just going sensorless homing on the X. I can switch this over to Nighthawk pretty easily. So, because I'll use the XY end stop pins for the two toolhead sensors. Oh, yeah. Before I do that, we might want to actually, I don't know, put a tool back on because that would be helpful. You come around here and go somewhere there. You get plugged in right there. Not the least bit fiddly still. Okay. That's there. I can worry about locking the door down later. You line up. Oh. You line up there. You line up there. Everything gets pushed together. Big boy screws at the bottom. And that did not line up, because why would it? Okay, this goes on the door, supposedly. I've never had a screw that is such a pain in the ass to get in as these doors. There we go. One last screw, and this is the one that'll hold our wire in place. There. Okay. One tool head rebuild complete. It's always a uh, good skills test. You know, how quickly can we rebuild a tool head? Box turtle back on top. I need to put some heat sets into the corner pieces and then get those put on. Huh. Safety lockout. Undo the plug and throw it away from the table. So you click on the button. Come on. You can do it. Boot up, boot up, boot up. We got NAMI, so that means we got power up here because NAMI's on. And what are you complaining about? Cannot connect the Moonraker. Why the hell not? Moonraker works fine over there. Okay, there we go. Back up. Heat up. Yep. So I'm hearing tool head fans. We're heating up. This Manley check part cooling fan. Part cooling fan did not come on. Should be good. Okay, can we home? If we can home, we shall send it. We're going to go ahead and send it. While I send this, I'm going to go on mute. I'm going to go ahead and get this started. I'm going to put you guys on mute. I'm going to go wash all the grease off my hands. Because it'll take a few minutes for this, or yeah, a couple of minutes for everything to heat up and go through its cycle. I'll be right back. Okay, back. Sorry about that. I definitely wanted to get all that grease off my hands. And luckily I looked down and realized I was almost dead battery on the mic, so. And you guys know what I didn't do is verify the alignment of the extruder gear. beyond just looking at the marks from the set screw where it was at to start with. So yeah, good timing, good timing. So we're gonna hope and pray that I don't wind up having to take this thing apart again, because if I do, I will do that off stream. I won't make you guys sit here and watch me take apart the extruder a second time. Okay. So fingers crossed that everything works this time as expected and anticipated. Exactly. Serial. That was my whole goal today, was to, and I was like, we've got this. This is all working. You're not going to ding me that the lights are right. Because all I have to do is change the connector on this one, because I think I had these wired backwards for in and out. So power's coming into this one and then going from out to out. Not on lights. Okay, good. I've got a light. But the respoolers are working as they're supposed to be. So I am hopeful. I am very, very hopeful this time. Okay. No, 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 no. And I'll fix that wiring issue right after the stream anyhow. Well, that line went down a lot nicer with no issues. Not hearing any skip steps yet. And that first layer is going down like butter. Bring you guys in a little closer. See if we can't get some. let you in on the action. I do have a nozzle camera. I still haven't installed it on anything. I haven't decided what to put it on yet. But the layers are looking a lot nicer. If it fails, you're fired. Oh my God. Don't put the pressure on me like that. And that reminds me, I was looking at the serial request things. We have to print this file, record a short video. Well, how about a long video? I think we're going on 5.5 hours now. Maybe I'll just clip the time that it takes. Take picture of the finished test print from multiple angles, or just take screenshots of the video. Include your Discord name and the date on a piece of paper so we know it's really you. Well, I mean, I'm in the video, but okay. Discord name and the date, huh? Do I have just a regular post-it note around here? No. Okay. There's the name and date. Come on, focus. Submit the video and images, serial request. Okay, there we go. And I changed my macros slightly so that we are we're doing the purge, poop, and kick over on this side, which is closer to the brush, because it would come over here and poop, go park, brush nozzle, come back over here and kick. It was just a lot of extra steps for not a lot of reason. Cool deal. Yeah. Yes. Progress. Progress. So question, does anybody have back-to-back serials? That's the trick. Does anybody have back-to-back serials yet? What? Oh no. Ugh. I had my hands clean and then I just went and cleared that and got crud all over my hands again. Well, I mean, I've got the other one back there that now that I know what I need to do to fix the respoolers, I know how to fix that one. I just need to tear it apart and fix the respoolers on it. I'm not going to reprint the parts. I am going to, however, print another set of parts, and sometime in the next couple of days, I'm going to cut 2 more frames. So I can print a couple of more. I figure if I'm going to go cut frames, I might as well cut a couple. The box turtle is Armored Turtles project. This is one of my box turtle builds. So Armored Turtle, heavier cardboard spools, you probably want to have a ring on them. It's just, I don't know. There's like, if it bulges out at any point, it hangs like it just did. That's just maybe something thrown in the manual, that if you're going to be using the cardboard filaments, just make sure you have a ring on them. There's the new skirts for it. They're being printed right now. Just add a little bit to the bling. Yeah, there's still the old skirts. I understand that there's new skirts. I wasn't going to reprint. I wasn't going to reprint these skirts at all, and then I was like, oh well, what the hell. I got some more filament from KB3D, so I figured I'd go ahead and print them. Though the second plate I just tried failed miserably. Let's try that again. And the other thing too, this particular one here is silk rose. So it's a silk. Someone was working on a poop bucket, right? I just love the little poops. Whoopsie. I definitely need to get a ring on this one. I just don't think I have any. Oh, I might. Let me double check. I might have rings. Ooh. Come on. Rings, rings, rings. With all the filament I have open down here, I don't have any rings on them. Killing me. Ay, 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 ay. All right. Print more rings. Gotta print me some rings. Because like this one doesn't have as much weight on it and it works perfectly fine. But this one, like I said, a couple of the areas have squished over, and I think it's because initially I had the idlers all the way in the back, and so it was dragging. It was actually dragging on the bottom of the lane. Um, I want to say they said that the new ones were thinner, so they take up less material. The stool station, yeah, yeah. I don't have a poop chute for this yet. I could probably create one. Just make like a big box that comes all the way up, has a little guard on it. Yeah, I thought I had some rings printed up, but either I don't or oh, let me run downstairs and check the spool downstairs real fast. Maybe it's on one of the spools down here. Aha. I did have a pair downstairs. Now let's see if that helps. Or if they're too slick. Maybe we bounce around between the extremes. And Armored Turtle, you were asking me if I've ever checked out the manual prototype. I didn't see a comment about it, so and we're clogging again. Why are we clogging again? Yeah, the spool's not moving because we're clogging. And we're clogging up here. It was just trying to poop, and it couldn't poop. Yeah, we're going to have to pause and stop it and take a look again. I don't think the idler broke. I think I know what the issue is. The good news is the rings fixed it. Yes, we know you can't push it. All right, I'm done with you. If you don't want to listen and stop, then I will just force you to stop. So close. I mean, the print so far for 0.6 nozzle is doing good. But, and the unloading works a lot better with that, with the rings, so. And the issue I think we just had was heat creep, so. But we'll double check. Because I don't think the print fan is on is what the issue is. Come forward. Get you back up. And it was what, lane 2? It shouldn't be this hard. Turn that off. I probably need to turn it on again just to make sure that we're not no, idler's still in place. But I do need to make sure and see if we got a No, we're good. I mean, there was filament there. I'm definitely seeing a bit of a transition between white and something. Definitely a color transition happening there. That's good. And why are we failing here? We'll have to check one other thing because I'm feeling air, but I think the air is bleed over from the hot end fan. I don't think my part cooling fan is running. Oh, there it is. It finally kicked in. Because I wasn't hearing the part cooling fan, and we were definitely in a position where it should have been doing part cooling fan. What is going on here? Stop looking at the wrong computer. I want to look at this one over here. Orca. PLA, 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 PLA. All of it's PLA. Good. That's PLA. Okay, nothing's wrong there. And that loud rubbing racket is the part cooling fan running, which is why I say I was pretty sure that the part cooling fan was not running. I am going to open this back up though, because I cannot remember if I verified the alignment of the filament path. So once this cools off, I'll open it back up and take a look. I shouldn't have to take it all apart though. Yeah, lane 2 is working. All the lanes were working until they weren't. And what that was basically happening is there was no cooling happening. I didn't hear the part cooling fan until I just manually turned it on. So let me yeah. I really need to do something with that fan. So I'm just going to take the front off here and take a look at that fan. We're getting so close. All right, close enough. I am going to go ahead and shut it off. I got to do something with that fan. Okay. Just trying to look at all the wiring and make sure that I put everything back in the right direction or same way it comes out. Okay. Top fan up top, bottom fan there. These two come around there. Word out. Let me pop this fan out and see what it looks like. Depending on what it looks like, we may replace this fan. I mean, it's a honey badger. It should be good. Hasn't been in there for a huge number of hours, but well, I don't know what you guys think. I think I need to do a little bit of cleaning real fast. So let me grab the Hodo. We'll vacuum that out. And hopefully that squares it away. And if not, and it's still making a racket, then I will definitely swap it out with a different fan. I'm going to put you on mute because this is going to be loud. Yeah, it didn't blow a lot out, but it blew a little bit out. Try and put this back in there. I don't see where it's hitting anything. That retention ring's in there. let me pop that retention ring out. I did print out a couple of new ones. Did print out a couple of new retention rings just because I wasn't sure if I was going to have to completely rebuild this end or not. So let me see if getting a new retention ring there will help out at all. See? That might be no, because this fits poorer than the other one did. Seriously? That one has a completely different geometry for it. At least that's what it seems like here. That or my NAMI shifted. Okay. This back in there. This whoop, that board back in there, but this went underneath and up. These two went underneath and up. And over that one up and up. Printer maintenance, isn't it? This is always an awesome day, isn't it? Now, I can't guarantee that this is going to quell the racket, but at least we made sure that things were clean and weren't going to be causing us any issues. Back around to ground. This comes back around 5 volts. Back around there. There. This one goes. Whatever reason, my lights aren't working on this, so either I busted the lights at some point or something. I don't know. Don't know. Not really worried about having lights. If the lights work, great. If they don't, that's no big deal. Or at least on my tool head. Come on. There we go. Well, there's something that is rubbing in the fan. Not sure what it is. Right? Why is that not lining up in the not good? All right. What is now all I did was pop the shroud off. Why the hell are you not lining up again? Give me my screws. Thank you. Now what is going on? Getting it in the right spot? Let's go there. These should fit straight in. Oh, that worked. Question is, did my circuit board connector slide out of alignment slightly? That's what it is the fan board is slightly tweaked. All right, Chris, take it easy. We'll see you in the morning for coffee. I just had to argue with it. Yep, but isn't it always a wild and crazy night, Liz? Like if it always went right, would it really be a good stream? Yes, it'd be a good stream, or it would be nice for something to go right, though. I'll give you that. Or at the very least, for whatever this weird clogging style issue would resolve itself for the better, not worse. I tell you what, if you guys have never tried a Hodo, I would suggest it. It vacuums, it blows, and it does it very well. It's rechargeable via USB-C, and it works really well. Really good for cleaning. I use it for cleaning the, oh, what am I thinking of? Cleaning up all the debris and stuff at the bottom of the printers, especially after doing a bunch of these type of prints. Because that brush, like I said, does knock a bunch of stuff out all over the place. Definitely good to, to work on clean things up. So I just realized we're not getting a thing here, so we're still having an issue. We're still having an issue. Things are not lined up right because it's pulling away over here. So something with the wiring is not right and it's not seated in there correctly. A what? Hoto? Yeah, it's a Hoto, H-O-T-O, and it's a like vacuum slash blower. So you can use it to vacuum things as well as to blow things out. 3D Print SOS was showing it. I guess they've got like screwdrivers and everything as well. So a lot of good tools. But that cordless vacuum, I think, works really well for working on the printers that we do. I actually wonder if I don't have this board fully tightened down. Oh, come on. Wires, move out of the way. Fine. Well, those are screwed down. As appropriate. Would go there, that would go there. Trying to see if maybe some of the way the connectors are going in is pushing it out of alignment. See if I can reroute a couple of the connectors, see if that helps hold things down. Why is that not lining up with it? All I did was do the board and sorry, let me turn this sideways so I can kind of keep my head out of the way. I mean, taking the fan shroud off should not be causing this many issues. There's that alarm. Is that aligned? Screwed the tool head board down. Let's actually loosen it just a bit. I think it was the tool head board on the side. Now, there. Sorry, folks. I know I might be losing some of you guys now, but this is part of the troubleshooting process. Don't understand why things are not lining up anymore. Okay, that's up. This line. Still here and learning? Good, Mr. Wizix. I am glad I am giving you a learning opportunity. Just hopefully I get the learning opportunity solved before I wind up getting like, you know, number 12 or something like that. Actually, I really wish this would be printing and good. I want to show you guys a solid, good printing experience here. X is there. That's that over here. Okay. One more time. One more time. We're gonna celebrate. That power in. Got that cable in there, this cable in here. Turn that on. Why are you not powering up now? Come on, damn it. Okay, that's up, that's up. Nami's not up. I can live with Nami not being up. Does everything on the tool head work? And that would be a negative. Oh, oh, oh. No, both fans are working. It's just the NAMI that's not working, and I can live with that for now. Let's one more time. One more time, because we validated that we didn't have a nozzle clog. Taking the tool head apart several times. And cruft out of there. I'd very much like it if this is done tonight, and then I can just tomorrow have it printing over in the corner and be working on the other one. That would be ideal. Hey, 3D Medic Vents, how's it going? Ash Prince, how's it going? Sorry, folks, if I have been head downs. Waketh, how's it going? Yeah, it is pretty portable enough, and it is, like I said, it's got some power to it. It's got some power to it. BBT 23, exactly. Thanks, Armored Turtle. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Digging in a little bit more. It's like I'm 98% there, and I just can't get over the hump. I'm hoping I can get number 9 Glenn Kaufman, and if I can, then I'm going to be rebuilding the other one, the red and orange one tomorrow. I'll be redoing the spoolers on it, because that's the only thing that was wrong on both of these was the re-spoolers. And I know what the issue is now, and I will get those solved come hell or high water tomorrow. Like right now, for whatever reason, the NAMI's not working. I can live with that. I'm not going to lose sleep about NAMI not working right now. First extruder night for the Boxster. No kidding. I can't believe that idler popped out. Like it was completely out. I have never seen that. Yeah, put thunder in the double digits. Exactly. Exactly. On baby. Daddy needs new shoes. Uh, ugh. Sugar, what? Come on. Get me a good print. Get me a good print. Oh. I'm just going to bring these over here. Maybe it's just the fact that I'm not sitting here eating some Hershey's Kisses, so it thinks it needs to keep giving me problems. Oh. Come on, you got skates on. Meaning my spool here that was giving me problems. I put the plastic things on. That seemed to help. And we did all that, and I didn't verify the filament path, so I hope I didn't just jinx myself, because I'd have to take that fan shroud off again to work the filament path. Come on. Good start. Yeah, knocks on wood. I've got some plywood here. I got some melamine, plywood. I'm out of coffee and I don't want to drink anymore because if I do, I'll be up all night again. Had a rash of issues with extruders. I might as well just keep working on extruders, huh? I'm going to be working here while it's printing, I'm going to be over here replacing the broken idler on the black box. Chris has assured me that this won't mess up the alignment. Taking this one metal front plate off. Okay. How we doing? How we doing? First layer down. I haven't heard any skipping yet, so that's good. That there. That there. There. What is going on over there? Stop. I've printed 8 of these lanes, and all of a sudden now it decides it wants to keep warping and not adhere to the bed. But don't worry, I have a solution. And why are we skipping steps again? What the ever loving hell? You know what? I'm actually wondering if I may be trying to print the wrong file. Like it may still be doing tip forming in this file. I don't know. But this is rather annoying. Cancel. We'll have to make sure we're cleaned out. this hot. Do an unload. Oh, wow. Now I get to fix the filament jam, or not the filament jam, but the oh, the one, my filament just broke, and then two, doesn't look like that filament broke, but it did. So it's out of there, here, but it is stuck in the buffer, and this is the red. So it just unloaded the green. Why did it not unload the red? Oh, I know why, because I didn't give it the right lane. And yeah, looking at that, that was a form tip. So the only thing I can think of is something is doing tip forming, which it should not be doing any tip forming. Because we fixed that. We took all the tip forming stuff out. The only thing I can think of is maybe I'm just clicking on the file that still has that tip forming stuff in it. G-code files. The last one that we upload is the one we should be using. It would have no tip forming in it whatsoever. No tip forming, no ramming. We did double check that we had nothing in Iron Dragon. Go back to the full display and look. Yeah. So multi-material, single extruder multi-material, that shut off. All of this was turned to 0. High extruder current on filament swap, no. No prime tower, no filament ramming. Retraction when switching material is 0, 0. So I don't want it helping me at all. There's nothing in the filaments, or actually, let me just double check. They're all the same. Ooh, inert PLA box turtle. Okay. Cooling is turned on. Anything past layer 1 should have cooling. God. Filament settings. I don't want 10, I want 0. So you're not going to let me do it shouldn't be using this though, should it? I just love when my monitor blacks out and I'm trying to read. It should not be grabbing any of these, right? Because even if I try and make all of these 0, I'm not sure if it'll take it. Everything there is 0. And it's not letting me 0 this stuff out. And there's nothing else there. I mean, that's the only other thing I can think of. Search, brims, prime tower is not enabled. Flush options, nothing's enabled. Special mode. I mean, I don't think there's anything else I can turn off. Sorry. Oh crap. We didn't check to see if there was anything clogged in there. Dang it. Delete that one so we make sure that we can't do anything else. Emergency stop. I just want to make sure that anything that is in here is purged out. That there is nothing interfering with the filament path. Okay. That one's fixed now. Purge this. The one that seems to keep getting stuck right now is the white. That's the third time that the white has had an issue. Okay. Well, next try. One last try. And then I'm not sure what to do next. Ugh. I hope Zombie's having better luck with his tool changer than I'm having tonight with either ABS prints over here or, the box turtle. It's functioning correct. This is nothing with box turtle that we're fighting. This is all the stuff with the base printer itself that we're fighting, not box turtle. That's what's frustrating. That is what is frustrating. Is breakfast ready yet? Yeah. I gotta get up early enough tomorrow to make a Dunkin' run. And then, or I'm hoping to get up in the morning and do a Dunkin' run. And then we'll stream. We'll have a grand old time on stream. And then I'll go get Mrs. Dragon, and then Sunday, go and have breakfast over at the local diner. I'll be surprised, be like, oh my God, you're here. And she'll be like, yep, and I won't be here next week. None of us will. Because next weekend, we'll be eating at the Aberdeen Diner. Good food, but the coffee is horrible. I kid you not. It is like dirty, like warm, dirty water. It was horrid. Okay. If you're having adhesion issues, little Vision Miner Nano. Oh, we went and had Aberdeen Diner for breakfast and coffee and stuff. And then afterwards, we would stop at Dunkin' Donuts on the way into the arena because there's like two that will pass between the diner and the venue. Okay, now I need to go downstairs and wash this brush out real fast. You guys watch the print and make sure it doesn't do anything squirrely. Okay, I'm back. Thanks for keeping an eye on the printer. Got a little bit of Vision Miner on here. Yep. I think it was under Bang Vision Miner, I think. Yep, there we go, Vision Miner. I never know what to get. I never know what to get at Dunkin'. Coffee, and just keep pointing things at, just keep pointing. They'll just keep putting it in the bag. They'll be for it. Yeah, I normally get Munchkins, but now they've got a couple of different, like they've got their fall stuff. So, like apple spice, I'm good with. The pumpkin, man, I have to be in the mood. I'm not a big pumpkin spice latte or anything like that, so I just get regular coffee, and then regular coffee, and then Munchkins normally. Yeah. Okay. So the green's working good. Where we seem to have the problem is all the other colors. So the green's working good now. Don't make a liar out of me, okay? Oh yeah, I don't get iced coffee. I mean, I will drink cold coffee. I've been known to, uh, like, I probably reheated the same cup of Burger King coffee back in the 90s when I was a store manager for a Subway. And I'd grab coffee on the way in, breakfast and coffee. And I'd sit that coffee cup down, and by the time I remembered it and went to grab a drink, it was cold, so I'd nuke it in the microwave. And I probably nuked a cup like a dozen times one day. It was bad. Eating cold McDonald's or Burger King, I do that all the time in the military. Yeah, from cereal turtle to torture turtle. Hey, but darn it, I've earned this cereal. If this thing finishes, please, baby, please give me one print on stream. If this thing finishes, I deserve a cereal at that. Oh man. And I think I finally threw it away, but for the longest time I had a shroud of this without the Nomi on it. So like there's a part of me it's like just take the Nomi off and slap it back on there. It'll be good. I want to check and see. Okay, so the part fan is on at 100% right now. So apparently sucking all the dust and crap out of it or blowing it out, because I tried to vacuum it and it wasn't working. So I flipped it over to the other side and blew it out. That may have helped. Who would have known? Basic maintenance. Clean your. Also noticed like my bamboos, I just went and replaced the filter on the first one because I print a lot of ABS in that one. The other one primarily does PLA on the textured bed. And I realized there's like a sheen of VOC dust across the top. Like, yeah, I probably need to go and wipe that down here soon. All right, green done. Now it's pulling the white. And by the way, Armor Turtle, this thing lies. It says this file should be done in 20 minutes. It's going to take more than 20 minutes just doing the filament changes. Oh, what is this anyhow? Ooh. Like I keep using this box. I'm like, what is this? KVP Sparkle Blue PLA. That's got to be used for something. Other than just holding a box turtle up while I have it dumped under and working on it. Okay, I gotta sit down. My feetsies are hurting. Yeah. Like what I really want to do is try and get so like right now on the black box we've been using Prusa Slicer because it supports tool changer, of course, because of the XL and stuff. But Orca Slicer hasn't supported tool changers until recently. They started adding the support for it. So I want to try and get an Orca Slicer profile built up for the black box. So that way the only thing I'd be using everything would be done in Orca Slicer at that point for me, except for my actual Prusas. My actual Prusas I use Prusa Slicer for. But darn it, why are you not? Yeah. Like it was trying, it was just free spinning there for a bit. Oh. The poops are looking more consistent again, so that's good. Now if they look consistent for another 50 or so changes, I'll be happy. Damn it, why? We've clogged again. All right, and that's the second or third time with the red, right? Yeah, I'm getting ready to swap the red and see if a different one will work. Like candy red from ePacks. See, go through the process again. I mean, what's printing is printing good. So we'll unload lane 3. Oh my God. So it's going to home, then it's going to complain because it's not hot enough. It's going to drop it down to 150 to do that. Reprint the guidler and the shuttle. Yeah, it couldn't hurt. And I know we introduced something into the mix by doing a Filametrix, but should not be this difficult. But yeah, it could be that something in that geometry is now changed from, from that Skyler breaking free. I don't know what it would be, but okay. But I would say that is, well, that is looking like an attempted form tip, which I don't get because we've removed all tip forming stuff. It should not be trying to form a tip. One second real fast. Some of that filament out because it's a little mangled. Put that one down there. Speaking about mangled tips, that one is slightly mangled from the get-go. Yeah, box turtle functionality is definitely working. So whatever comes out of the bottom here should be green, because that was the last thing that was in it before the red went in. Not green, maybe black. Black. Okay, and I do know that I am using the modified, like, ow, damn it, cut sequence that does the, you know, it cuts and then it pushes it back down in. It does a slight ramming, but it's not like massive. Like it backs up, I think 50. Once again, it doesn't make any sense because it printed without a hitch. What is that? First sensor. It's getting caught in the tool head. Like there is something's not 100% lined up in the tool head itself. And it's not the filament cutter. I have a feeling that it's something with the either the M3 nut or the threaded insert that you're supposed to put in after you drill it out. Well, right there I've got something in the way and the cutter is making contact. So it did hit the edge here. But yeah, something is not coming out clean. And the scalpel should not be having this many issues yet. Yeah, I did get tube between mine, but not big enough. So see, it's catching a ledge right there. It'll go all the way down, but it will catch the ledge. Yeah, that would be taking it apart and running a drill back through it again on the heat set and the nut. I am a glutton for punishment though, and apparently slightly insane because we're going to try and just do the same thing and see if we get a different result this time, just using a different filament. And if I do, I'm just going to chuckle to myself and say I'm never going to run silk through anything but a straight print again. And straight print, short prints, because I tried to do a helmet in silk chrome twice, and both times about 3/4 of the way in, it got a hot end clog, and it was in the middle of the night because it was like a 2.5 day print. But yeah, if for whatever reason we get another failure on this one, that's one of the things we'll do tomorrow is we'll take this back apart and I will hit those two spots between the cutter. I'll hit those with a drill again and try and get those open back up, or verify that they're opened up and that there's no ledge there anymore. This is frustrating because it feels like we are so close. Or I was looking at a message from Mrs. Dragon. No, it was not telling me to get offline, but it was, let's say she hasn't even started packing yet because she just got home. So a slightly eventful day. So it looks like a few things have cleared customs from AliExpress. That's good. Means we should have them in a few days, hopefully. When it rains, it pours, folks. When it rains, it pours. But regardless, this is going to be the last attempt. If we get another clog this time around, or, excuse me, we are not clogging. The filament's getting stuck going through the path somewhere, I think. If we have another issue, we're going to stop for the night, and tomorrow I will take that tool head off again and drill it out. Heck, it may be to the point where zombie's not even on anymore for me to raid into. Oh, that is cool. And so sorry, I just saw that, Liz, that Kevin designed maker chips for e-packs. That'll be cool. It might be. I can look at the distance and tweak that distance. Not G-code files, machine, AFC, macros. I'm running this one. Let me come over and see if I can scroll down and see what I'm doing. That's the what it does. It's the variables that has the length. Distance from the nozzle tip to the blade is 61 millimeters. It retracts 55 millimeters, so it's going to cut and leave a 5 millimeter piece of the filament. And then it pushes that 5 millimeter piece back down 25 millimeters and dwells there for 20 after the pushback. So I'm wondering if I may be pulling it back too far when it's cutting. So I think that's the same parameters. I think I took these same exact parameters from what I was doing with Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder. So yeah, maybe that's what it is so leave more like 10 and push it and not push it back so far. Okay, so yeah, because it said, 5 millimeter less than the blade position is a good starting point, but we'll change that variable to 50. So that'll leave like 11 millimeters. And then can't do that. I gotta pull this over here so I can see. And then the pushback, rather than going 25, which is the default, so we're basically pulling it up 50 and then pushing it back halfway. So we'll reduce the retract by 5, and we'll decrease the pushback by 5 as well. There we go. We saved that, so it'll be there for the next print. Lurk while you sleep. Thanks, Liz. You're awesome. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Get some rest. Am I really going to stop? Thought this was 24. Hey, I did that the other day. Don't tempt me. No, I do need to get some sleep tonight because I have to drive. It's like a 45-minute to an hour drive to the airport to get Mrs. Dragon tomorrow. And I can't afford to be too tired for that. Sleep well, Liz. So I wonder, with that being in the variable file and I just saved that, I wonder if it picks up those settings on the next cut run, or is that one that's loaded in at the beginning and that's it? It stays there the whole time. I'm curious because I know there are some that will stay there perpetual, and then there's others that will change on the fly if you make changes. And I will say you guys are awesome because this is almost an 8-hour stream and I still have like 23 of you in active chat. I mean, Liz did just go to sleep, so we'll call it 22, but 20 people still here after such a long stream. That's pretty amazing. I mean, if I was doing a bunch of giveaways, then it'd be different. Riding the Earth Crunch, exactly. Most of us are like, well, I might as well have something on and listen to while I'm losing my ever-loving mind and trying to print things. All right, 2 more panels will be done. Well, we'll be done shortly. Here goes the black. Yeah. You'll collect your hug next weekend? Most definitely, Liz. There will definitely be hugs. I just want to say, I'm going to count the win that the respoolers have worked all night long. I mean, I'll have to get a few more prints on it before I'm like willing to do like with the bamboo where I start a print and go to bed. I'm not there on the trust factor on the box turtle just yet, but after I get a few more prints through it and get to fully understand its quirks, because even with I mean, it takes me a while before I run any new printer or new, even the bamboo overnight. Um, just because I got to feel that comfortable with it. But once I feel comfortable with it, I'll run them. Speaking of the bamboo, how's this one over here doing? It's about out of printer food. I have to feed it some printer food soon. And there's that. And like I said, I don't think this is, it's not a clog, but it did just cause that issue again. So we're going to stop this. Oh yeah, no kidding, Women. So were you having that issue? And if so, what was it? Was it an issue in the filament path, or is it something with the filament? I think it's going to make me do a home all. I'll home it on top of the print. Why not, right? You had a couple of places where it would get jammed. Because so far, I mean, when I'm pushing the filament out, it's very little filament that comes out. So I homed it because I have to home it before I do this, and then I will tell that to heat back up and drop this down a bit so I can pull the the print off. I mean, I'm getting really good at these first 3 or 4 layers. They're printing darn well. right, now let me retract this, and that is, it's the white, right? So lane 4. Yeah, well, we just swapped out the silk rose red because of that, because we thought it may be, one, it was causing issues because of the cardboard spool, and then two, we thought that maybe it was causing issues. But we've had the black, we've had it jam right after a transition from black. We've had it jam on the transition to white. It's just kind of like no rhyme or reason here. We've had the tool head apart numerous times working on things. We had the idler. The idler literally came out. You can't make this shit up. How does the idler come out of the printer? Right? Right there, it felt like it caught, but then I was able to push it all the way down and ram that filament out. So what that's telling me is there's something, and I believe it's right at the transition. So I'm going to try and, I'm going to cool this down. I'm going to pull the tool head apart, and I'm going to, yeah, stealth burner life. I'm going to drill out the knurled nut, or not the knurled nut, but the heat set insert on the extruder side, and the M3 nut on the hot end side of the tool head, and see if that solves the problem. I mean, I drilled it out, but I think that's the only thing I can think of is it's still catching something there, because this is coming fully back. If I can ram, like when I ram the rod down there, I don't see this moving. So it's not like it's getting hung up and not coming all the way back out. So this is working fine. Yeah, so I just made changes to the settings on that, so that we're retracting 5 millimeters less, and we're going to be ramming it back down after the cut another 5 millimeters less. So hoping that yeah, like, and I'm trying to use the slightly more advanced macro that's basically modeled on Happy Hair, just as a filament, you know, a reduce. I mean, hell, that's the one thing I haven't tried is just go back to the basic cut macro and see if that miraculously solves it. And if it does, then I want to kick myself in the head for fighting this whole time. So, which one is that? That's the AOC macro vars. Yep. I'd have to. Oh, I really don't need to do anything with that. I would just need to rename the cut config and uncomment. So, Rob, if you're still here, are you using just the basic cut macro, or are you running something a little more in depth? Yeah, a similar issue. The cutting blade was hanging up for a short time. Then self-relief drove me crazy. The filament was hitting the top of the cutter. Retract link at 21 and a pushback of 20. Yeah, you're just using the basic cut macro, which is don't retract at all, just cut it. And then that's why we're doing the big blobifier push. So what I can do is move this over here so I can, I will rename the cut config. I shouldn't have to, I'll rename the other one. And just go back. Seriously, what? No. Hyphen. What's going on? Why is my keyboard? Seriously, did my keyboard just die? Like, is this what we're going to play with today? That was weird. Okay, so I renamed the two test macro, or the two macros. I'm going to go back into the general macros and uncomment the basic cut feature. I'm going to do a save and restart. I think we were up to temp, right? We'll do one attempt with this to see if it rides. If we have any other issues, we're calling the stream, and I will take the tool head apart last night and try, or last night, God. I will take the tool head apart later today because it's Saturday, and we'll roll with it then. So one more time. We know we have no filament in the path. Give it one last shot. So Ementella, what tool head are you running? Just curious. Oh, and are you the one running the Ender NG? Digital Dragon is live on Twitch. Head over to take a peek at his feed. Oh. Uh-oh, we got nine serials. It's cursed extruder night, digital. Yep. Oh man, you broke your shuttle thunder keys. That sucks. Yeah, I might just get a hair up my butt and don't worry about color coordinating and just like reprint an entire stealth burner in black or something to put on here. Just to make sure I have a fully reprinted, all the same filament, no chance of different shrinkage rates or anything like that. Sweet. Yeah, we've had the stealth burner apart probably 5 or 6 times tonight, trying to dig around in it to figure out what we're having issues with. And I'm afraid to do it again because the fan stopped grinding, so that's good. Hey, thanks for the follow, Bilal. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, Box Turtle is working. We got this done like 2 hours in. We're just about to hit 8 hours on streaming, so the last 6 hours was trying to get a Box Turtle to print, and we keep getting like that far, and then we're having what looks like or indicates like a nozzle clog, but it's not a nozzle clog because we'll run one of these through. We'll kick out a very, very small amount of filament, which is what we're expecting. And so about the only thing I can think of next would be that there is a film. The hell was that? Sorry guys, did you just hear this thing like go thump? Oh, you know what? Ah, my build plate's just a little bit too bad. It's catching on the brush. I wonder if I can get it to pause once it's done here. So I can try and fix that because it'll catch a couple of times. Yeah, it's working. There's only one light working right now, but I know what that is because I cut the wires. Like the lights all work, but I cut the wires to do quick connects with microfit 3s. And I have a feeling that I put the wrong connector on the first one, so I'm going out to out. So I just need to swap the connector on the first port here, and then I should have all my lights back again. I mean, the good thing is the black, blue, and red wires all line up, so it's just out to out. But yeah, we've been so incredibly close. It's been printing. We had one issue with the filament that was here because it was on a cardboard spool, and it had kind of a rolled edge on on them, and so we were getting some inconsistency there as far as the respools. But other than that, the respools have been working great. The poop's working great. It's been cutting, but we can't tell if it was an issue with the cut and re-ramming or what? So I took out the modified happy hair cutting sequence and just went back to the straight basic cut. So no retract ram at all, just cut it in place, retract, put the next one in, shove it all out. Well, and the sad part is this is the first box turtle I built, and I redid the entire lanes and everything and brought it up to the latest print files. I'm currently in the process of reprinting the skirts to be the blue and white. Right, so I'm reprinting all the skirts to reskirt it so that it will look just as impressive as the red and orange one. And the red and orange one, my plan is to take it apart tomorrow because the same, I'll say, build issue that I did here, I did in these as well. So I really, all I need to do is take the respoolers apart. I'm going to reprint the, let's see, I'll reprint the 24 tooth pulleys. I'll have to double check. I may have printed 2 sets of the tires. If I did, maybe I'll also reprint the wheels on it. But regardless. Thank you for following the Lightning Larry. Thanks for the follow. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. So, oh, we stopped for whatever reason. Don't know why. Oh, maybe it was it finally hit the pause command from when I paused it earlier. The good news is my first layer's spot on. And thank you for using your Prime sub, Bilal. I appreciate it. And thank you for subscribing the Lightning Larry. Also using a Prime sub. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I stream on Twitch and I cross post, I export all the videos over to my YouTube channel. So it'll be YouTube Digital Dragon 72. And I do that because they stay around longer there. I haven't had any of them age off. And a lot of my older content on Twitch will age out because I'm not a partner level yet. And there will be some YouTube only content in the future as well. But yeah. Take my Prime sub just because I hate ads. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I follow so many people. I just went ahead and did Twitch Nitro, but there's still people that I sub to regardless. Just to keep the support up. But yeah, so for you guys, you're relatively new. You've probably seen me in the Discord, but I'm a 3D printing variety streamer. And what that means is I not only do I unbox printers, like I've got a couple of Bamboo X1 carbons over here. I've got a Prusa Mark IV down here that I've added an MMU3 to. I'm probably going to do the Mark IVS upgrade at some point. But I also build printers like this Trident. In fact, this was one of the first things that was started on my channel that got me my logo. This was custom vinyls added by KB3D Chris, who sponsors the channel. And then, you know, there's the rat rig that's currently holding things for the moment. But it was just, it just printed yesterday. But that, I want to get the IDEX kit for it. But I've got to understand the IDEX kit and the way that they're bundling it, because it's going to kind of look like $400 to get everything to make that IDEX. And I've already got the hybrid motors on. I just need the IDEX mod. Seems a little steep for just IDEX. But I've done several Vorons. I've got a Ender 5 Plus that's converted to a 0G Mercury 1. I've got a custom built 0G Mercury 1 that is a full frame build. It was done under closed beta, and it's still under closed beta. And then I built my first trad rack under a closed beta and was holding off because I knew I was building a K3, and I built the K3 and used a different color scheme. So I need to go back and rebuild the trad rack now that it's out of beta. All right, that may make noise, but. Weird hit. All right. Swap that over. So yeah, I love doing things like this. I built Ender belt, so an Ender 3 to a belt printer conversion. I did the Ender XY, so an Ender to Core XY conversion. At some point, I'll bring that up, probably over the winter, I'll bring that back up here and we'll add a third lead screw to it, because with two, that bed just, it rocks like a wave machine. But as frustrating as this has been, this is awesome. And as soon as I can get this thing fully dialed in, I mean, Armored Turtle, you got this right here is going to be crazy, because I have one. Several people have. I don't know of anybody else that's streaming content with it yet. I know Zombie Hedgehog really wants to build one when he gets time, and once he starts, you know, he's excited about this. He is really excited about it. Oh, dude, tell me about it. The only game, like when we moved out here. This is a new subdivision. There's like 20 houses here, and I am outside the city limits of Sanford, North Carolina, and my only option, I don't have standard telephone, I don't have cable. My only game in town is Windstream internet. Well, internet and phone package, and I stream everything. So we stream like YouTube TV and stuff like that. They are in the process right now. Spectrum is just trenched fiber in through the neighborhood and down the main road. I'm just waiting for them to say they're ready to connect, and I'll be like, be here tomorrow. Be here tomorrow, and there's probably going to be like 8 or 9 people in the neighborhood that want you to be connected. And the sad part is when we moved out here, I had 10 gigabit synchronous fiber for less than a year when we bought this house and moved in. You're in the Triad area in NC? Okay. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that is awesome. Yeah, I'm telling you, and just through streaming, like James with Polymaker, I want to say, I cannot remember for the life of me his handle right now. He's close by. Jedi Spidey's down in Fayetteville. Apulo is up in Greensboro. Evil Diesel is like 10 minutes away. He'll be with me at the show. You know, I know him from the military. So how about that? We worked with each other in Germany in the early 2000s. And I moved out here 7 years ago. We moved into this house right as COVID hit. We went into lockdowns, and he's literally 10 minutes away. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty cool. Like 25, 30 minutes from Greensboro. Okay, so you're kind of like the northwest side, kind of like more like Raleigh-Durhamish area. Armored Turtle, you can stream on Starlink. Apparently, that's what Loyal Moses uses, is Starlink. I thought of, like, I was seriously thinking about getting Starlink because I am so upset with Windstream. But it's one of those things that it's one, it's the cost, and then two, as soon as I saw that they were trenching fiber, I'm like, oh, I can wait. If they're trenching fiber, and they just did it, like I said, they just laid it in my neighborhood a week ago. So now I'm just waiting for them to come and terminate in the boxes, because right now it's just the looped wire with the box. So as soon as they terminate the box, then I assume I will start to hear somebody from Spectrum saying, hey, we're ready to connect, or who's interested, right? Yeah, everybody's stoked about Box Turtle. I mean, don't get me wrong, 8-track is cool, but 8-track isn't as easy to put on everything or anything, I'll say. And this reminds everybody of a Bamboo and the AMS, right? So if we can make this as reliable as the Bamboo, and it's open and you can do things. All right, so that's skipping. Yeah, and it's just not going to get there. I have a feeling that if I pull this out, I could probably get it there, but yeah, it's going to be too hard to pull out with the filament in there. Damn it. I'm curious. It's going to dry print. I want to see if it pulls it back, if the next color will load or not. Hey, thanks for the follow, Redicetti. Yeah, like I said, it's trying to go and it's just not getting there. But I don't think it's a nozzle clog, especially now that we're just straight cutting and we're not moving the filament. We just do a straight cut. So I'm curious. I'm going to try and unhook. Yeah, there we go. I've unhooked the PTFE2 at the hub. I want to see what the tip of this looks like. Oh no, that's got a jank tip on it. Yeah, that had a jank tip on it and it just clogged the hub itself. Yep. We're done. We're done. That's going to be it for the night. So that just pulled back and it had some jank spidery stuff that is going to be caught in the hub now. So I'm going to have to pull the spools and physically run some filament through it to clear the hub. So something is still amiss, and I have a feeling it's one of those two pieces. It's either the nut or it's the heat set insert that's got some type of ledge that's still in there that it's catching. So yeah, I'll do that. I'll mess with that tomorrow. But like I said, I'm just kind of exhausted right now, and it's 1:15 a.m. So I should be streaming back again at 10 a.m. So in about 8 hours, we'll be back at this. Right, you're trying to physically unload this one. I don't know why. But I do want to unload filaments. Lane eject. One. Do want to pull these for now. And yeah, see, I'm getting weird wonky tips again, and I wasn't getting this. That little stringing is what's causing the issue. And once again, it looks like we're getting tip forming because that is a formed tip. I shouldn't be getting any tip forming on any of these because we've blocked all tip forming macros or anything out of the slicer. And every single one of these looks like it's been tip formed, complete with a tip forming string. Three. Now see, there we go, another one. That is making no sense because we did literally sit here and look at it and change all of those parameters and removed them. Yeah, it looks like it's not cutting, but I just went to the basic cut macro. So yeah, I'll look at it again, fresh eyes after a little bit of sleep. Try printing a different model, but I need the serial model to get serial. What was going on? I told you to retry before. I filled you up. Like, why are you still sitting there? Okay, so that's done. Yeah, I need to, before I go to bed so I don't forget, let me clean that buffer and stuff because that will, I will forget. And then we'll be like, why is there crap sticking? And why is this not happening? And why is that not happening? I'm just going to pop one of these lanes and take some filament and run it through the back of the hub and see what I get out. Not a lot out of that one. Oh, thanks, Glenn. Yeah, yeah, like I said, I stream Tuesdays and Thursday nights at oh yeah, there's Tuesdays and Thursday nights starting at 5 p.m. or excuse me, 6 p.m. Eastern. And then Saturday mornings at 10 a.m. There will be a stream this Saturday, later today, but it'll be a shorter stream because I have to go pick my wife up at the airport. And then the following Saturday, there won't be a stream because I will be in Bel Air, Maryland for 3D Printopia. So, yep. All right, well, that's a bit disconcerting because I think that white one just took a bunch of crap back into the extruder then. I am going to take a look at the extruders and see if we got any stuff up in there. Surprisingly not. So, yeah. I'll be at it in a few hours. I need to go get some sleep. We'll come back and is there a score on the filament from the razor? Um, I am not seeing a score. I'm not feeling a score. I mean, I don't. I mean, I know it's a sharp blade, or at least it was. It was a brand new blade that I put in it. Granted, it was from a Triangle Labs kit, but good God. But yeah, gang, I'm just gonna check these extruders and then I'm gonna call it a night. And I will see you guys and see, well, yeah, guys, gals, everyone. I'll see you all in the morning, and we'll in the morning in about 8 hours. I'll see you guys again, and we will keep going. Yeah, I'm not seeing a bunch of cruft in the extruders, which is surprising, seeing as how many times we had an issue, especially with lane 3 here. Yeah, we'll double check the position and stuff for the cutter bar, and maybe I'll just go ahead and move it further, uh, like move it, extend the screw out so it will trigger farther when it does its movement. Okay, slight bit of filament fluff in this one. A little bit of filament fluff that made it back into the extruder there. Which is funny because that was lane 2, which was not white. What I just pulled out was some white. So the cut move, I'm having it go over to position 0.25 on X. So if it goes over any more, it's gonna bottom out the rail. The only way it's gonna get any further cutting distance is for me to extend the screw out so it triggers sooner and pushes farther when the extruder comes over. Yeah, no, nothing there either. So pretty good. It looks like most of it was in the hub. So we've got all that out. There was some decent amount of garbage in there, enough that it would probably trip a sensor here or there. So not a lot, but a little bit. I mean, there's some fuzzies there. Less than we had the first go around, but that was after we realized that we were still yeah, brain's not working. All right, guys, I'm gonna have to call this one. Thanks again, everybody, for being here. I really, really appreciate it. And Bilal and the lightning guy and everybody that came in, thank you so much for coming in and joining so late. Wakelith as well. If you're up and you want to join, I'll be at it again at 10 a.m. If not, I fully understand it, and I will be posting these videos. So please check out one of my socials so that you can watch the VODs and just get some good troubleshooting tips and techniques along the way, I hope. So thanks, everybody. Hey, Team Moore, have a good one. Mr. Wizix, thanks. I will check and see if there's anybody that's here that I can raid into. I'm not going to hold my breath. Prophet DNA, doing some Lego with his wife. Oh, wait, no, but Juana, that artist Amelia is doing some painting. Got Kobe Lax, if you guys want to do some DJ dance music. DJ or David Turner. Yeah, let's jump over to Prophet DNA. Good one. It looks like they're playing some games now, so we'll jump over to Prophet. Thanks everybody for being here and hanging out. You guys are awesome. I will see you guys in a few hours. Have a great night. Bye now. Mouse.